The meeting scheduled for Thursday, September 12, 2024, for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has been called to order. I'd like to say greetings to my colleagues, and I would like to also say good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, invited testifiers who would be here today, the listening and viewing audience, legislative staff who's working this meeting today, my staff and central staff. But before we start this meeting, today I wanted to offer condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Delano King, his wife Ramona, and his children. Mr. King was a strong force in the Democratic Party, and he will surely be missed. My deepest and most profound condolences to the Frederiksted families that lost their loved ones recently in an act of violence this weekend and about 2 weeks ago. I cannot fathom your grief. I also pray and send my condolences to the Dishabir and Highfield family and the Serrano Springer families. Please accept my deepest sympathies for the passing of Kevin Highfield and Carmen Serrano Springer, respectively. I just wanted the people of St. Croix particularly to know that I hosted a town hall meeting this week to have a discussion with the fishermen of St. Croix. However, due to much rain, I had to reschedule. So the new date is Friday, September 27th, and it's going to be here. Mr. President, I see you approved the St. Croix Chambers, so thank you. Conference legislative chambers in both districts. Additional details would follow, and I'd like to also thank the Flamboyant Restaurant for hosting us, and I look forward to many collaborations. Madam Clerk, can you please proceed with the roll call?
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Can you please?
Present.
Thank you.
Senator Bolquez present. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Present.
Senator Capehart present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any correspondence to be read from any testifiers?
No, no testifiers.
Are there any correspondence to be read from any committee member? Please proceed.
September 12, 2024, Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00820. Dear Senator Capehart, due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be late in attending the Committee on Rules and Judiciary legislative meeting scheduled for today, Thursday, September 12, 2024. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and I look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding. Kind regards, Maurice C. James, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, that's the end of the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today's meeting has 3 blocks. Madam Clerk, can you summarize the agenda into the record?
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for today, Thursday, September 12, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to consider the following bill and nominations. Block 1, Bill number 35-0303, an act approving the government of the Virgin Islands conveyance of plot number 25B Hill Street, Company Quarter, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., by request of the governor. Block 2, Governor's nomination of Vance E. Pinney, nominee, Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission, District of St. Thomas. Block 3, Governor's nomination of Gordon C. Ray, Esquire, Attorney General nominee, Virgin Islands Department of Justice. Madam Chair, that's the end of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to acknowledge non-committee member, Senate President Novell Francis. Thank you for your attendance today. So I'll go right into who for bill number 35-0303. Who speaks to this bill? Mr. President, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. I just wanted to say before presentation of this bill, as well as those many condolences that you gave out earlier today. I also lost an aunt earlier this week, Miss Ina Peterson, out of St. Thomas, that also passed away. So I want to take this opportunity to wish my family our deepest condolences during this difficult time of bereavement. Bill number 35-0303 is an act approving the government of the Virgin Islands conveyance of plot number 25B Hill Street, Company Quarter, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. This bill was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee. Bill number 35-0303 is offered by the request of Governor Albert Bryan Jr. The conveyance of this property adds to the VI Housing Finance Authority's portfolio of properties that can be used for affordable housing. Affordable housing in our downtown area is critical as we work to revitalize our downtowns by bringing residents back to the town and ensuring a mix of residential and commercial spaces. Ultimately, the conveyance of 25B Hill Street presents an opportunity for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to meet the standards of residents in need of affordable housing. This bill was vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, as I indicated, back in August 27, 2024. At that time, there was a very robust discussion with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and it was contemplated by the members of the Budget Appropriations and Finance that we should add an amendment to this, which will give the Housing Finance Authority the responsibility to submit to this body within 120 days their intention and use of this property moving forward. That amendment was requested by Legal Counsel's office, and I'm hoping to have that by the time we're ready to present that bill today. Again, I'm not a member of this committee, but I ask for the committee's support in moving this bill forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Colleagues, this bill, as the senator mentioned, has already been vetted in the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance and was reported out to this committee. So I will give all the senators a 2-minute time to talk about this bill, 35-0303, and then we would proceed into the vote. The order of today's roll call would be Senator Angel Boques, number 2, Senator Novell Francis, Senator Carla Joseph, number 3, number 4, Senator Franklin Johnson, number 5, Senator Milton Potter, Vice Chair of this committee. Please mark Senator Potter as present. You did? Okay, Good. So colleagues, Senator Bolkes, you may proceed with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And I wanted to note that there were no supporting documents with the bill in the drive. We did not receive any supporting documents. I do understand that the bill was heard and vetted in the Committee of Budget and Finance. However, it would have been good to have those documents forwarded to the members of this committee who may have not attended such committee hearing to be able to digest some of the information related to the bill. While I'm not against any particular project to support housing on any island, I'm in favor of any housing project that benefits the people of the Virgin Islands, to include St. Croix. You know, I did have questions just because I only received the bill in the folder. But nevertheless, you know, I will lean on my colleagues in the sense of transparency and making sure that the amendment is forwarded. I had questions concerning the property. I know it was mentioned that it's a derelict and unused property, and I wanted to know the condition and what steps would be taken to rehabilitate or develop the land. If in fact it would include green infrastructure incorporated to the housing development. You know, these days we want to make sure that green space is a priority for our families and children mostly. So I wanted to know some of those things, but it would have been good to get some of the supporting documents forwarded in the folder for the members who may have not attended that committee hearing and were unaware of the bill. But I will vote my conscience at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Points of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I heard the comment from my colleague in respect to the availability of the information. As we have indicated, this measure was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and the drive is right next door to Rules and Judiciary Committee. I don't understand the difficulty if you can't access Budget and Appropriation and Finance file, then the Rules and Judiciary Committee file, then it should be readily available in Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. I'll ask my staff to make sure that all of the information is forwarded to the Senator so that it can be made available, but I will again submit that this matter was heard in the August 27th hearing, and all information at that time, to include all of the testimony, was provided, is available on the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance drive. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you so kindly. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to everyone. Madam Chair, I don't believe I will be taking up a lot of the time here, but I was looking through because Senator Bolkes made a salient inquiry relative to this bill, and I did look at a public drive. However, I'm not seeing the August 27th date there. But nonetheless, because it is a opportunity for affordable home ownership with our people in the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically those in the big sister island of St. Croix, I will be voting in the affirmative on this measure. I am trusting that my colleagues on the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance did their proper vetting of this measure, because I know they're very thorough. And so I feel comfortable to support this measure. It affords our people, especially those who are low, very low, and those who are in the middle, moderate income, to have an opportunity for home ownership through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. And I want to applaud the bill sponsor, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., who is our president, by request of the governor who sponsored this measure. Madam Chair, I reserve the remainder of my time. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, for your comments. Senator Bolkes, there is a post-analysis, post-audit analysis on the drive. If that would help you, it's available for your viewing. Senator Johnson, no. Senator Potter, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Colleagues, good morning to testifiers, central staff. I too really did not have an opportunity to thoroughly vet this initiative, but for certain, any initiative that will potentially add to our territory's anemic affordable housing stock can get my support. It is my understanding that the bill was thoroughly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Committee on Finance, and there was no controversial elements that arose. My understanding is that the land in question is currently dormant and unused, and you know we are experiencing an affordable housing crisis of mega proportions here in our territory. So any opportunities to
1 minute.
alleviate that stress on our anemic housing stock is something that I would be willing to support. So at the appropriate time, I plan to support this initiative by voting yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Milton Potter. And colleagues, I think everyone is practically ready to go into a vote, so I will take a quick recess and then we would return. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is in recess. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess, and at this time, do Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Oh, so before we go into the motion, I first want to recognize Senator Gittins, committee member. Senator Francis, would you like to have any closing comments on the bill? Okay, I'll entertain your motion, Senator Carla Joseph.
Madam Chair, I rise to move that Bill number 35-0303, an act approving the government of the Virgin Islands conveyance of plot number 25B, Hill Street, Company Quarter, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, be approved in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Kenneth Gittins and Franklin Johnson. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call and bill number 35-0303?
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Boquez Jr. Yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0303, an act approving the government of the Virgin Islands conveyance of plot number 25B, Hill Street, Company Quarter, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. You're welcome. Would you like to say a few words before we go into recess to start into block 2?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues for moving this measure on behalf of the governor. Again, an act approving the government of the Virgin Islands conveyance of plot number 25B, Hill Street, Company Quarter, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. As indicated before, we're hoping that with this move, that in fact this property will be put to use by the Housing Finance Authority, where we could continue to promote home ownership in our towns and bring residents back into our towns to allow for both residential and commercial spaces to be utilized there. There's a number of initiatives by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority within our respective towns for revitalization, and this will add to their portfolio and their opportunity to do that. We will continue to exhort our oversight to make sure that this is done in a timely fashion and that a plan is submitted to this body for them to do that within 120 days. Again, thank you to my colleagues on behalf of the administration in moving this measure forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. At this time, I see that we are ready to proceed into block 2, the governor's nomination of Mr. Vance E. Pinney, nominee for the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission for the District of St. Thomas. I see you already seated in the chambers. Thank you, Sergeant of Arms, for being proactive so we can get this meeting started. At this time, I'd like to do some housekeeping. At this time, Mr. Pinney, if you can please stand and take the oath. And can you please raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated. Oh. So yes, there's no reporter on the floor, so I just want to make sure that that you state your name for the record. State your name and your title. That's correct. We do a little mic check. You're doing this, St.
Good
Thomas.
morning.
I'm here,
And
so I want to make sure.
Can you hear me? Mic check. My name is Vance E. Pinney.
Sir,
Mic check.
you're going to
My name
have
is
to
Vance
move
E. Pinney.
closer to the mic. I don't know if you could get closer. Let's go again.
Morning. My name is Vance E. Pinney. Mic check.
Thank you. Thank you.
Feel like I'm
Colleagues, we have already read the agenda into the record, and I will ask Mr. Pinney to proceed with the reading of your testimony.
Honorable Diane T. Capard, Chairwoman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, esteemed committee members, distinguished members of the 35th Legislature, valued listeners, and valued viewers, good morning. I am deeply honored to appear before you today as a nominee for the Coastal Zone Management Committee. My name is Vance E. Pinney, and I bring to this committee a wealth of experience as a registered architect and a licensed general contractor, coupled with a robust history of service with the Virgin Islands government. Throughout my career, I have had the privilege of serving in numerous roles that have equipped me with the knowledge and skills necessary to contribute effectively to the Coastal Zone Management Committee. Please allow me to briefly outline my professional journey. Capital Improvement Project Engineering Administrator at the United States Virgin Islands Department of Public Works. In this capacity, I oversaw major infrastructure projects, ensuring their timely completion within budget while maintaining the highest standard of quality. My role required a deep understanding of engineering and architectural principles, project management, and regulatory compliance, all of which are critical to the managing of our coastal zone effectively. Director of Facilities, Architectural and Engineering Manager at the United States Virgin Islands Department of Education, leading a dedicated team responsible for the maintenance and development of education facilities across the territory, improve my skills in facility management, long-term planning, and sustainability. These aspects are essential in the stewardship of our coastal areas. Architect at the United States Virgin Islands Housing Authority, designing and overseeing the construction of housing projects, many of which work in the coastal area, provides me with first-hand understanding of the challenges and the opportunities inherent in coastal development. This experience highlighted the need for balance between growth and environmental preservation. As an engineering instructor at the United States Virgin Islands College of the University of Virgin Islands, teaching future engineers and architects has been one of my most rewarding roles. It not only kept me abreast of the latest developments in engineering and architecture, but also underscored the importance of educating the next generation about sustainable practices and coastal zone management. As I testify before you today, I am guided by a commitment to sustainable development and a deep respect for our natural environment. The Virgin Islands are blessed with rich and diverse coastal ecosystems that are vital to our economy, our culture, and our way of life. My vision for the Coastal Zone Management Committee is one where development and conservation goes hand in hand. I believe in a collaborative approach, engaging with community stakeholders, environmental experts, and industry leaders to create policies that are both forward-thinking and grounded in practical realities. Expertise and contribution. If confirmed, I would bring a multifaceted expertise to the Coastal Zone Management Committee, architectural engineering expert. My extensive background in architecture and engineering equips me with a deep understanding of building design, structural integrity, and sustainable construction practices. This knowledge is essential for evaluating the guiding development projects within our coastal zone to ensure that it's resilient, environmentally friendly, and aesthetically harmonious with our natural landscapes. Project management skill. Overseeing large-scale projects, I possess strong project management skills, including budgeting, scheduling, and resource allocation. This experience ensures that projects are completed effectively and efficiently, minimizing disruption to our coastal environment. Regulatory compliance and policy development. My role within the Department of Public Works and Department of Education required strict adherence to regulatory standards and the development of policies to guide project implementation. This experience will be invaluable in shaping, enforcing regulations that protects our coastal zones while allowing for responsible development. Sustainable focus. Throughout my career, I have championed sustainable practices from greenhouse standards to renewable energy integration. My commitment to sustainable aligns with the core objective of the Coastal Zone Management Committee, ensuring that our policies and actions contribute to the long-term health and vitality of our coastal ecosystems. Educational and community outreach. As an engineering instructor, I have a passion for education and community engagement. I understand the importance of raising awareness about coastal zone issues and fostering a culture of stewardship. I plan to leverage this experience to enhance the committee's outreach efforts, ensuring that the public is informed and involved in our conservation initiatives. Goals for the Coastal Zone Management Committee. Prior to leveraging any of my expertise, at or before my first Coastal Zoning Management Committee meeting, I will have discussions with the existing board members about existing goals that the Coastal Zone Management Committee have identified and collaborate with committee members so we can have those ideas raised to fruition. Throughout my career, I have been guided by a commitment to sustainable development and a deep respect for our natural environment. My work with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure Projects provide invaluable experience in ensuring the development are environmentally sound and sustainable. At the Department of Education, I prioritize the integration of greenhouse practices and energy efficiency, demonstrating my ability to align large projects with environmental goals. As an architect at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, I design housing solutions to meet the community's need while preserving the sound coastal ecosystem. My diverse experience across public and private sector equips me with a holistic understanding of the challenges and the opportunities in coastal zone management. The Virgin Islands are blessed with rich and diverse coastal ecosystems that are vital to our economy, our culture, and our way of life. As a member of the Coastal Zone Management Committee, I would leverage my extensive experience to ensure that we continue to protect and enhance these precious resources. In closing, I am deeply committed to serving the people of the Virgin Islands and to protecting our coastal zone for future generations. I am grateful for the opportunity to be considered for this important role and ready to bring my dedication, expertise, and passion to the Coastal Zone Management Committee. Thank you for your time and consideration. I am happy to answer questions you may have. My name again is Vance E. Pinney.
Thank you, Mr. Pinney.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Pinney.
before we start our line of questioning, I see you have someone there who's willing to testify on your behalf. My former colleague, I recognize how young you're sitting there looking. The Honorable Donald Ducks Cole. I understand you have a testimony, and I would like to ask my colleagues, has everyone received the testimony that Donald Ducks Cole is about to receive? You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me say good morning to the honorable members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, the viewing and listening audience, non-members of the committee. Madam Chair, I presented a snippet, very condensed version of my knowledge of Mr. Vance Pinney's career. First, I would like to commend Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and my classmate, Trigenza Roach, for submitting and Mr. Pinney accepting to serve as a member of this historic commission. So, and I made it my point, Madam Chair, to be here to speak. The little snippet, I don't think would have come over as strong as me coming here and voicing my support. As I wrote, Honorable Chair, Diane C. Capart, Diane T. Capart. My name is Donald G. Dux Cole, a retired government employee. After serving this government for over 40 years in different capacities, I am writing to urge that you confirm Mr. Vance E. Pinney, nominee, the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission. Madam Chairman, committee members and non-members, I have known Mr. Vance Pinney for over 50 years in various capacities. Madam Chair, we were members in the Sunday school class up in All Saints up Garden Street. And Madam Chair, that character that was developed in us by our parents, if we go out and party, Madam Chair, and we come home 5 o'clock, 6:30 Mass, you better be in church. And we were up in All Saints every Sunday, picking up collection and taking a little doze in the back. But that was due to the fact that our parents instilled in us that the Almighty should and is number one in our lives. So, Madam Chair, we were there in class. Madam Chair, we were classmates at the Charlotte Mali High School, the Mecca. The Mecca. There's some members of this committee who would tend to differ with me, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, we played football and the mighty Chicken Hawks back in the day, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are family mates. Our family is entwined. His mother, Miss Pinney, one of the greatest teachers in the Virgin Islands. God bless her. Madam Chair, we were a musical association. Mr. Vance Pinney is so humble, Madam Chair, that he didn't tell you that when we were down at Wayne Aspinall, which is now Concrine, which is now defunct, the structure is they started a band. And Madam Chair, that band went on to become iconic in the territory, the United States and the Caribbean, a band called Mandingo Brass. And Madam Chair, this legislature honored the great Wadabli, who were passed on, other musical giants. And Vance's name is iconic. He was a rhythm man, and his name is recorded in the song, they call Bonnie and the Congo, Vance and the Congo, right? Excellent Congo man. And Madam Chair, when you hear a lot of calypsos around here, sometimes you wonder, well, who write these calypsos? The man sitting next to me have written calypsos around here that has become iconic, along with the great Wadabli, Traffic Tight, Man Going Off, Force Road March, Whiny Eva Me. And we can go on with his musical prowess, and he has contributed part of the Carnival Committee, Madam Chair. So you can see that Mr. Pinney is connected to the Virgin Islands. As I go on, Madam Chair, political advisor, Madam Chair. There are a lot of us who run for office, Madam Chair, and you see us sitting in the legislature. But behind the scenes, Madam Chair, you notice there are those who have advised, tactical advice, what to say, when to say it, what to... Mr. Pinney has been one of my greatest supporters, Madam Chair. So I had to put aside everything to come here and speak on his behalf. Madam Chair, upon graduation from the Mecca, as I mentioned earlier, Charlotte High School, he attended Hampton University, Hampton College University in Virginia. Upon graduation, and before that, Madam Chair, I just want to say that we were at CVI together. I forget that. We were at CVI, which is now the University of the Virgin Islands. I myself was there, and I transferred to Kent State University in Kent, Ohio, and Mr. Pinney to Hampton Institute, that great HBCU who have educated millions of African Americans, Madam Chair. Upon graduation from the Mecca, he attended Hampton Institute. Upon graduation, Vance did not follow some of his contemporaries and remain on the mainland, Madam Chair. Like myself, we returned back home to serve his community. And Madam Chair, his resume has documented his work experiences, service to the Virgin Islands. His testimony, Madam Chair, presented to the members of this committee that he is highly qualified to sit on that commission. I sat in this legislature, Madam Chair, I served, and I have seen individuals who have come before this body to be placed on boards that don't have a semblance of what the experience that Mr. Pinney has, that he is going to bring to this commission. Madam Chair, over the last 55 decades, I have interacted with Vance. I always found him to be of high moral character, who operated with integrity and love for his fellow men, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I've always found Vance very able at grasping the details of complex solutions, as he has explained, Madam Chair, in his testimony, making appropriate evaluations and devising strategies to address them. His academic ability and achievement and community involvement speaks for itself, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, without reservation, I want to say this again, without reservation, I would wholeheartedly endorse this testimonial in support of a hard-working, conscientious Virgin Islander. And I can say, my friend, Vance E. Pinney, I appreciate your consideration of this most important matter, and I am confident that if given the opportunity, the people of the Virgin Islands will benefit greatly, and Vance will be an asset to the Commission. Madam Chair and members of the committee, should you have any further questions, I'm here to answer them. And again, I would say, thank you, Vance, for accepting to serve on this commission, because we need people like you on this commission who knows the place, who knows the terrain, who knows the CZM system and the tiers. And I believe that this committee, after looking at your resume and your contribution, will unanimously support you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members, for the time. I know I was a little verbose, but you know me.
Thank you, the Honorable Donald Dux Cole, my former colleague from the 30th Legislature, And I just also want to say that, Mr. Pinney, you pull out all the heavy hitters, because I received a call for someone, Mr. former Senator Roosevelt David also wanted to provide a testimony. We are not in receipt of that, but they send their support. And colleagues, for clarification, Mr. Donald Dux Cole was supposed to provide remarks, and there were no written testimony on the drive. So I wanted to make sure that you understand that. Colleagues, it is important that in the Rules Committee, that when we have individuals come before this body, that we get testimony that will help us to make a decision as to their expertise, their credentials. And Mr. Pinney, I'm gonna tell you, you knock it out the park for me, because I eat, sleep, and drink protecting the environment. And when individuals like yourself are sent down from the governor, I have to say thank you for your willingness to serve, because I understand the importance of protecting our environment. And you said something that I always use as responsible development. So it's important when you get assigned to or nominated for a board, commission, that individuals understand their fiduciary responsibilities. Do you know what you're going to do? Did you read the bylaws? You already have offered suggestions, ideas, and you've already let this body know that you are qualified to serve on this commission. But it's very important that in the CZM commission, the development that happens in Tier 1 on the coastal area of the Virgin Islands is very important, because what happens there is more stringent than what happens in Tier 2. So I'm excited when someone who's nominated, who understands the CZM permitting process, and I could go on, but we have a long day today, and I would say thank you. Thank you for your willingness to serve. I'm going to start with my first colleague on the island of St. Thomas, Senator Bolkes. You may proceed with 5 minutes for your questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning to Mr. Pinney, and of course, good morning to
Honor, sir.
former Senator Donald Dux Cole. Good to have both of you here with us this morning.
Morning, Senator.
I wanted to start off by asking you, Mr. Pinney, you indicated your intentions was to discuss with the existing Coastal Zone Management Committee, just to have a discussion, a preliminary discussion before starting your work. Or has that already taken place, or are you going to do that? And
Yes, sir, it has taken place.
It has, excellent.
Well,
excellent.
I spoke to 3 of the members.
Excellent. And if you could share some of your concerns or discussions that you had with them, with us.
Well, it was just in general, you know, what goes on. And I spoke with a young man, Mash, from St. John. I spoke with a Webster from St. Croix, and Winston Adams from Winston Adams and myself. He sat for like 2.5 hours just going through what the board does. And Mr. Adams was, and I really appreciate it, stern about integrity. Integrity in sitting on boards such as this. But it was just, surfacing what he's expecting.
Okay, very well. And I'm glad those conversations took place. It's a very important part of the process. I appreciate you extending your time to be able to understand more in depth what's going on with the coastal zone management. And let's talk about the first line of defense. And when I say that, I mean Tier 1 in the sense of, hurricanes. People may not understand that our coastal zone, our mangroves and other parts of our flora and fauna are very important in our defense for winds to come up and do a lot of damage. And we're losing a lot of our coastal zone due to not having enough plants planted on the beach lines and so forth. I've heard stories about different beaches throughout the territory that were 20, 30 feet more out with sand back in the days, but now the water has now come in and sort of taken away a lot of our sands and so forth. What are your thoughts on this CZM commission actually having a role, a more deeper role, if the role already exists, in emergency planning for hurricanes? What are your thoughts around that?
And Senator, like I said, I would like to meet more in depth with those members and find out where they are, because I don't want to be that big-headed person going in and setting this and setting that. We have to start from where they are right now. Mm-hmm. So basically, when I find out where they are, well, then I'll be able to move forward to, make things better, or to act, in a sense, make what they have in line, if it's positive, as far as I'm concerned, go forward.
So do you see a role for CZM in natural disaster planning, in collaboration with other emergency planning? Absolutely. Okay. Excellent. You have a very great resume, great background. You're very experienced. I have no doubt that you will apply a different dynamic in a sense of what you come with all of the experience that you will bring to the board. And that's a very important part of board dynamics. You can't have the same mentality across the line when you actually have these boards. And it's great that you have a great strength in some areas, in engineering and other areas that will definitely benefit the board. So I have no further questions, Madam Chair, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. We'll proceed to Senator Novell Francis. You may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. And thank you, Mr. Pinney, for your willingness to serve on this very, very important commission. Good morning to you, former Senator, Majority Leader Donald Ducks Cole as well. Welcome back to the legislature. Good to see you. Mr. Pinney, Mr. Pinney, I wanted to ask you, did you have an interest in serving on this commission, or were you asked to serve, or you volunteered your service?
I was asked to serve, sir.
Very well, thank you. And after being asked to serve, I guess you're willing to serve, and you're committed to doing this based on your testimony. Certainly your credentials, I had an opportunity to review. I'm not a member of this committee, but I had an opportunity to review your resume, and certainly you are qualified and have the skill set to serve on this committee. So having heard that, I wanted to query you a little bit in terms of your understanding of your responsibility and serving on this commission. What would you say to the lay person is the responsibility of the Coastal Zone Management Commission? What's their role?
To protect our ecosystem.
Is to manage, enhance, protect, and preserve our coastal system, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the duties, responsibilities, as well as the rules and regulation in regards to this responsibility?
Yes, sir.
And you comfortable with what's written in those areas? Do you see an opportunity for us to change anything at this point?
Like anything, we all have different opinions. And as you read through any document, you will see bits and pieces of things that you think should be adjusted. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And hopefully with your fresh eyes, I will be interested in seeing what some of those changes may be. Do you believe in climate change and global warming?
It's evident. Yes, sir.
And do you believe that global warming and climate change have an impact on our current environment?
It is impacting on our environment right now as we speak, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review our situation? Because obviously you have the coastal responsibility, but have you looked at uphill and higher grounds as it impacts the coastal zone?
Are you talking about a written document, or you're talking based on my experience as these things unfold?
Just from your experience, have you been able to see our guts and waterways that leads to our coastal areas?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that those have an impact in terms of what happened uphill impacts what happened downhill in our coastal areas?
Absolutely, sir. Yes, sir.
And do you believe that our inability to keep our guts and waterways clear and clean hampers, again, our coastal zone areas?
Absolutely, sir.
Do I have a commitment from you that you'll be looking into some of these areas, and how would you be able to use your experience, knowledge, and fresh eye to encourage those powers to be to make sure that they're assisting in protecting our coastal zone areas?
Yes, sir. That's why I'm sitting before you today, sir.
Very well. I like you already. How do you balance preservations to economic development?
You know, I face a lot of times you're trying to accomplish from design to build, and you just can't move forward because the funding is not there. So many times you just have to sacrifice. You have to look at it holistically and find out what's the best sacrificial lamb can be omitted and move forward with what definitely need to be there to make what you to get the best out of what you have.
So as a, I think you mentioned you called yourself, you preserve, and you have an opportunity, you have an open mind in considering economic development, even though you're also want to preserve our natural resources.
As much as possible, sir.
What do you believe about timeliness? Do you believe that request that comes through the commission should be done in a timely fashion?
Absolutely.
Do you have any advice? Yeah, you had an opportunity to speak to some of the members of the, based on previous questions, you had an opportunity to speak to individuals that currently serve on the commission. Have they discussed with you the challenges they're confronting while serving on this commission?
Yes, sir.
You care to share?
Time.
You want to conclude, Senator?
Yeah, I just want to, my question before the time expired was whether or not he cared to share, you know, whatever some of those challenges may be.
Okay, I spoke with, again, Mr. Marsh out of St. And be mindful that there are 3 different commissions, right? One.
Yeah, you don't have to call names. You don't have to call names, sir. You just talk about some of the challenges that they're experiencing. You don't have to be specific with the names that you spoke to.
Money, understanding of what's there before the commission to make a decision on, and integrity.
Thank you. All very important challenges, I would imagine. Thank you for your response. Certainly, I don't have a vote in this committee, but during the session, I will be favorably considering your nomination. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Senator Francis. We'll go now to Senator Carla Joseph. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Wonderful and pleasant good morning to you, Mr. Pinney. How are you doing this morning?
Absolutely fine.
And you, the Honorable Donald Dux Cole, how are you doing this morning, my dear brother?
Sister Carla Joseph, I'm doing well, giving thanks.
Amen. Now, how is it that you're coming to the legislature and the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and where it has 3 Rays for Life, who is seated, 2 in St. Thomas and 1 over here in the Big Island, and you are talking about the Mecca of Charlotte Amalie? I will have you to know, with all due respect and love, that the Ivana Eudora Ken High School is the 2019 territorial champion for tackle football. It hasn't had a tackle football game since then. And I know you are a strong, both you and Mr. Pinney are strong tackle football enthusiasts. So know that we are the reigning champions. So when the Department of Education get their act together, I am looking forward to joining you on the bleachers as we compete and our young people compete to take back that throne or that championship. So I just want you to know, and you don't have to respond to anything that I've said. Do not respond. Now, Mr. Pinney, let's go into your testimony. I want to first commend you and saying yes. I want to commend you.
Thank you.
You know, I called you when I saw your name came down, and I called you immediately and I said, Mr. Pinney, I am so grateful you said yes, because you understand the very delicate balance. Nobody has to tell me. I worked with you at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I know the caliber of the man and the human being that you are, how detailed-oriented you are, how you have a level of integrity and you're punctual. No one has to say it. If we are going to be considering the Attorney General in the next block, if you got into trouble, God forbid, and you asked me to write you a letter, a character, to speak about your character, I, Carla Judith Joseph, could talk about Vance Pinney. And just like what the Honorable Donald Ducks Cole said, you are a man of true integrity and you give wise advice. You have gray hair in your head. You give really wise advice, and I take and I receive it. Now, I understand you mentioned, and this is on the second to last page of your testimony, you said the Virgin Islands are blessed with a rich and diverse coastal ecosystem that are vital to our economy, our culture, and way of life. Could you expound on how you see that the work that you will be selected and you have been selected to do as a member of the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Commission will help to enhance these 3 factors that you noted? Because I know you know what you're talking about. The economy, our culture, and the way of life.
For my 60-some odd years of living, I have had the opportunity in maybe the last 20 years to travel to a few other places in the world. I'm not talking about traveling from here to St. Croix or here to Tatola. I have been throughout the world, and some of the places that I've seen, the pollution of their waters, the non-consciousness of their garbage collection versus what we do here. And tourists, people that comes here, one of the greatest supply of our
1 minute.
funding. It's very important. It's ultimately important that we show credence to preserving what we have.
Amen. Thank you. And so with that, we have to realize, and there should be an understanding from everyone that we all are the stewards of this earth, and there's a balance. What do you see that needs to happen, especially in the Tier 1? Because it does affect our way of life. When we have fishermen, that's what we like to eat. We have fish fries, and we like to eat fish. how does that impact when you have the sediment that is running off into our coastal waters? How do you see that developers around our coastal areas should be putting in the requisite safeguard to preserve our natural environment, our waters?
Senator, it's paramountly important that we pay every protective measure to protect those. Some of it we haven't identified yet, but whatever there is to protect it, we should.
Okay. And what, to your knowledge and your expertise, what are some of those mechanisms that can be utilized to protect our environment, especially in the coastal areas?
There are berms that you can set up along the shoreline when there are construction, or if you know we are going to have inclement weather, a lot of rainfall, you can put stuff in place to retain the silt from running into our shorelines, because they're in fact life that can't move. We as human beings, we can get up and relocate. But some of those animals there, they're born on a rock and they stay there for the full length. They can't move, so we need to protect them.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Pinney. I really appreciate your dialogue and your answer to my question. Those were tests, and you passed with flying colors. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, for your line of questioning. So we will go now to Senator Franklin Johnson. You may proceed with 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Mr. Vance, how are you doing this morning?
I am doing great. I'm really happy to be here.
I am happy to see you too, because we passed a bill in the 35th legislature in regards to having a project manager for maintenance for the Department of Education. Oh boy, you're laughing, Mr. Vance Pinney. Why? Why are you laughing like that? Because, you know, when I look at your resume, you fit this category well. And we had some issues based on the legislation that we passed and what the Department of Education put out as requisite or what we would like. And we didn't have to go no place. Did you have any interest in that job, Mr. Vance Pinney?
Senator, absolutely no. I have put in 30 odd years in the system, and about 6 or 7 years ago decided it's time to jump on a plane every so often and fly out and again observe what's happening elsewhere in the world.
Because that law, the law calls for someone that has an architectural degree. You have. It calls for someone that have an engineering degree. You have. You are the perfect fit. But you're still a perfect fit for what you're willing to do. And I must say thank you very much for your willingness to solve. I can see that you definitely want to have a little time for yourself, and nothing is wrong with that. But I want to ask you, because you emphasize on commitment to sustainable development and green building practice. That's important. I want to know, with your experience and your expertise, how do you plan to bring this to the floor and bring this to the members so that we could definitely continue looking for that green space and have that fresh, clean air that we are accustomed to have? How you plan to bring this to the team?
Research, Google, listen. Don't be big-headed, listen. Don't be big-headed, listen. And gets the best solution to what you're hearing, what you're actually Googling, and that's the way it should be.
You know, climate change is real. Some people don't believe in it, and it poses long-term threat to the coastal zone. How do you propose incorporating climate resilience into coastal zone management?
Again, Senator, we have to research We have to put silt berms where necessary. We have to look at development and scrutinize how their plans for protecting. When you put a set of documents together to file, DPNR requires certain things. We need to scrutinize and make sure those things are in place.
You spoke about putting berms. Do you believe in the water breakers or man-made reef for protection of our coastal zones?
When necessary, sir, yes. Absolutely.
And I ask that because, you know, every place except the Virgin Islands has that interest. And I look at the tongue of Frederickstead and I can see the need for that in many cases. I'm not no expert in this, but I can see every time that we have a storm, the entire waterfront erodes, the waterfront gets destroyed, and because there's no kind of reef on the western part of St. Croix, it destroyed the entire waterfront and the beaches on that side of Frederickstead.
1 minute.
Takes us the next 2 years or more to get back in track. And I think that kills business. Who would want to put a business there every 2 or 3 years, a storm come and, you know, we get washed out? But I look at, you know, your entire package. You fit this job, and I am so thankful that you're willing to solve, and I wish you the best, that you could still get to do your little trips, but I always come back to assist us in preserving our coastal zone and, you know, quality of life in the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much for your willingness to serve.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I was waiting for my 5 minutes until all my colleagues, but one thing I want to really ask is the coastal areas that are impacted by the sargassum grass, the hotels. I don't know if this is a discussion that you can have with when you join the commission as to a plan. How is the Coastal Zone Management Division, the commission plans to deal with that? Because it's really impacting these hotels, and that equates to dollars. And a lot of individuals will not be coming to a hotel, say, on the east side of St. Thomas anymore because it's overtaken with sargassum grass. They can't really enjoy the beach. So can you talk to us and tell us if you had any thoughts about that?
Yes, Senator. And again, at this minute, I'm not a professional with sargassum grass, but it needs to be looked at. It needs to be visited. And like you mentioned, I'm quite sure money will be one of the great factors to get that solved. But definitely, it's something that we need to discuss.
Thank you.
With DPN.
Thank you. Senator Potter on the island of St. Thomas, the Rules and Judiciary Vice Chair. You may proceed with 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning, colleagues. Special good morning to the invited testifiers in the well, Mr. Vance Pinney, as well as former Senator Donald Ducks Cole. It took a lot to bring you back in the well, Donald Cole, and that just speaks to the significance of the relationship between you and Mr. Vance Pinney.
Yes, sir.
It's good to have a friend like Donald Ducks Cole. I'm glad you're my friend. Vance Pinney, Mr. Pinney, I want to first of all echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Thank you very much for agreeing to serve. I think your background and skills and experience will definitely add value to this very important position. But my first question that I think people in the territory would find to be important is how would you handle situations where personal or political interests conflict with the best practices for coastal management?
Senator, I will state my understanding and based on what I, Vance Pinney, see, I will let that be prominent to the ears to hear. And whatever powers I have to fulfill my understanding, that's the direction I'll take. It could be Doc's my best partner. That's what he believes. But if it's in my area and I see fit to go left and he wants to go right, well, he just have to go right without me. That's my answer.
I respect that because as a subject matter expert, I think sometimes political pressures could sway, someone who may not be as confident. So I appreciate your response to this to that question. I wanted to ask you your thoughts on the role that the Coastal Zone Management Commission has to play when it comes to the issue of beach access for locals. And I say because just this morning, I got a call from someone who told me that they were doing an activity, just a hike or something down in Botany Bay. And there were apparently restrictions. I think there's a sign that says you can't come down here after a particular time. And, I think can't come down here after 7. And there are other restrictions and limitations as to how locals can access that beach in particular. What are your thoughts on that?
Senator, years ago, I know there has been something legislated. I think it was during the time where Bob Bryan and Bingley Richardson was part of the legislature. To be honest, I don't know exactly how it's stated, but it has been legislated before. Where the cutoff point, I don't know. But I've never had the reason to say, well, where is that cutoff point? But it has been legislated, and we just need to follow the law.
Okay. So you wouldn't be shy about getting involved and expressing your opinion and perspective on the whole issue of local access
No,
to
but we need to follow the law.
Absolutely. What role do you think technology and innovation can play in enhancing coastal zone management practices?
Technology, even we here speaking on this mic now, I remember years ago, we had to do this by telephone. And this is a much better setting where St. Croix senators can merge instantly in a setting, and you can see people's action, and not just hear. So technology definitely should be part of what we are doing.
Awesome. What do you see as the most pressing issue affecting coastal zone management in the Virgin Islands today?
I think what's happening naturally, like we had a rainfall the other day, and you can see a lot of the guts are clogged up, and whatever is going to the ocean, most of the time, there's no protection for those things to get in there. And shortly after storms, you'll be seeing stuff floating in the immediate area. We probably need to have some, and again, everything is money. Do we have money to protect those natural flow?
I appreciate you, Mr. Pinney. I think you are a good fit for the commission. I think your commitment to public service is unquestioned. And at the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for your confirmation to this board.
Appreciate you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for your line of questioning. I'd like to acknowledge the attendance of committee members, Senator Maurice James, Madam Clerk, if you can please mark Senator James as present. We'll go to Senator Kenneth Gittins for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Let me first say condolences to my family and St. Thomas on the passing of Joyce Roberts LeBrun. Funeral services are set and scheduled for Friday, September 27th at Niski, Moravian. I just want Uncle Twalo to know that we got you. God is good. Stay strong. Mr. Pinney, how are you today?
Outstandingly comfortable.
Great. You look a little nervous there. I've been watching your hands and you've been twitching. So, but all will be well. Thank you for your willingness to serve in the capacity in which you were nominated. And as my colleague said, your resume and record speaks volume. In vetting these matters, I look not only at qualifications, but I also look at suitability for the position that you are nominated. Have you had an opportunity to review the Virgin Islands Code that speaks to the CZM Commission?
Yes, sir.
And based on your review and your understanding of the role of a commission member, did you see anything within that section of the code that you believe that might need amending or changing?
Yes, sir.
What's one of the things that came out to you? I just want to see if...
Well, so one of the things is the compensation that is allocated for qualified people to do this job, not just because you're looking for money, but the time that's required to properly bring about a decision.
All right, good observation, because I saw that too. We got to get our finances in order in this government and hold people accountable across the board. And yes, I do see the need for an increase in that as well, especially asking for the qualifications that you all came with. One other thing, I'm not sure if I was looking at the most updated part of the code though, but I saw references of the, Department of Conservation and Cultural Affairs, which I believe would need to be amended and changed. But yes, I do agree with you on that as well. Now, and quickly, in perusing your resume, I noticed you were an instructor at the University of the Virgin Islands, but the dates that I saw, was that an error or you just taught there for one semester?
I was down there for one semester. I really love serving.
1 minute.
Okay, understand.
Okay,
so,
it was one semester, sir.
Understand. So there's been some issues regarding access, permitting, and zoning in and around our beachfront properties. Notable issue on St. Croix and the western end of the island with beach access, and another notable issue on St. Thomas with permitting and zoning in the Limburg Bay area. As a commission member, would you engage with local community members, businesses, and other stakeholders in your decision-making process for your coastal zone management decisions?
Yes, sir. As long as this is the law, I would look at it and vote in the affirmative. Follow the law.
Time.
Okay, thank you. I hope that everyone will follow the law, because based on what's going on down there, it seems to have been some deals being made, promises being made, and now things are going awry. And I am going to say, before someone gets their death down in that area, I'm asking every law enforcement entity and government entity, period, to look into this matter. I've written to the Virgin Islands Police Department, all law enforcement agencies that has to do with that area. I CC'd a copy to the Department of Justice as well. I do not want to sit here at this table and ever say, I told you so. The matter needs to be addressed, and addressed swiftly. Thank you again for your willingness to serve in the capacity. And I mentioned that because this has a lot to do with coastal zone management decisions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. At this time, we will have Senator Maurice James for your line of questioning. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, everyone in the room, everyone outside the room, and of course the nominee and his, I believe his supporter who's beside him. I apologize for being late, but it was well worth it because I visited a classroom at the St. Croix Educational Complex, and those students are qualified to be senators because they understand the process. It's the most amazing thing. They actually understood how a bill becomes law and the difference between the branches of government. So I was pleased to have been there with them. Mr. Pinney, thank you. Thank you for accepting the nomination by the governor. That's great. For me, there are a couple of words that jumped out at me because I love being a Virgin Islander and I love being from the island of St. Croix, and I love aesthetically pleasing environments. I do not like when things turn ugly at all. Everybody knows that about me. So I saw where you said development and conservation go hand in hand. So tell me what you mean by that. And later on you talked about development projects within our coastal zones to ensure they're resilient, environmentally friendly, aesthetically harmonious with our natural landscapes. Tell me what you meant by those words in your testimony. Thank you.
Senator, that could take all day, but in short, I'll give you an example. When you're in school with engineers versus architects, engineers normally just do the building and make sure it's functional. Architects dig deeper and make sure what you're having is aesthetically pleasing. So if we're going on the waterfront and we're going to be building a highway, what happens with the highway must be cohesive. It must blend with the flow of the water. When you're driving down the highway, you should feel that water. You shouldn't see a 10-foot wall that is hiding the water. In a nutshell, that's what I mean.
And with respect to the being, the thing about it is, if you go to place some islands, and I'm sure you have been to almost all the islands in the Caribbean. One of the things that I often hear is that, and I'm talking about St. Croix, because St. Croix is where there is, of course, more land available. Maybe, well, in some areas, there's still a number of, I would say, miles of coastal areas that can be developed. I have heard people say that we should develop St. Croix coastline like some of the other islands, you know, like sometimes you see where the hotels are actually on the coastline. What do you think about that? And that we're in fact not utilizing St. Croix like we should in terms of economic development? Because I heard earlier talk about you being open-minded to economic development. What do you think about statements like that?
Senator, you could build a hotel actually touching the water, but it must be harmoniously, aesthetically pleasing. It's all about design, but you must be mindful of what immediately is in that water. They have corals someplace don't have corals.
Right.
So studies must be done and base it on what's existing to make my statement sure.
Madam Chair, may I just wrap up?
Yes, you may conclude.
So we just don't put anything down anywhere. That's basically what you're saying. We have to consider the environment.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator James. As I mentioned, I get excited when someone who has all the credentials, like you mentioned in your testimony, architectural engineering expertise, project management skills, regulatory compliance and policy development, sustainability focus, educational and community outreach. I see a hole in your head. Mr. Pinney, you have all of what it entails to serve on this commission. I've actually had the opportunity to be the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and had the opportunity to sit in some CZM Commission meetings. And for the time that I've been here as the Rules Chair, we have actually passed individuals out of this committee that have experienced the knowledge, the understanding. So the individuals that you would be working with, I really am excited that you guys would be reviewing major, minor applications that come in to deal with issues that we all talk about today and continue being the stewards of Tier 1, not only Tier 1, but Tier 2, because whatever happens in Tier 2 happens in Tier 1. So I just want to say that you have my vote today, and I look forward to my colleagues giving you a favorable vote. And with that being said, colleagues, I don't know if anybody else have any burning questions, and if not, I will entertain a motion. Motion, Senator Joseph. Oh, I'm sorry. I just went straight into this. I didn't even look at St. Thomas. My St. Thomas colleagues, any burning questions?
No, I'm good, Senator.
Oh, okay, okay. I hear a motion, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that the governor's nominee of Vance E. Pinney to the Virgin Islands, Coastal Zone Management Commission for the District of St. Thomas be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body with a favorable recommendation for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second. Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Gittins and Senator Bolkes. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call on the nomination?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.,
Yeah.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nomination of Vance E. Pinney, nominee for the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission in the District of St. Thomas, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Congratulations, Mr. Pinney, on the first step of passing the Rules and Judiciary Committee. I want to say congratulations, and at this time, I would allow you to say some closing words. 30 seconds.
Thank you to everyone that see it fit to nominate me. And I'd like to thank Governor Albert Bryan and his team for picking me out of the woods, retired woods, to come back and give back, whatever I can. I appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to serve. To the Honorable Donald Dux Cole for your remarks today. My former colleague, it's a pleasure to see you. And Mr. Pinney, congratulations. And the Committee of Rules and Judiciary stands in and you are excused. Committee stands in recess. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, we are now in block number 3. And before we get into interviewing our testifier, I would do some housekeeping and ask you, Attorney Pate, if you can, Attorney Ray, I'm saying Pate and you, sorry. If you can please stand and take the oath and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? I do. Thank you. You may be seated. Colleagues, as I said, we are now in block 3, and the reason for the delay is VIA is down, and we were trying to see if they would come back up. But we do have other platforms, YouTube, live stream, radio, Facebook, that you can view this meeting today. So before we get into your testimony, Mr. Ray, Attorney Ray, we would ask that your testifiers provide a few remarks on your behalf as your request. There are no written testimonies, colleagues. It's just remarks that they are giving. So we would start with first identifying, to make sure that your mics are working, starting with you, Attorney Pate, if you can say your name for the record, and then we go to Gordon Ray, and then you, sir.
Good morning, Russell Pate.
Thank you.
Good morning, Gordon Ray.
Good morning, William Appleton.
William?
Appleton.
Appleton. Okay. Mr. Gordon Ray, you may proceed with your testimony. That is correct. I should have you say your remarks first, as I mentioned earlier, starting with Attorney Pate.
Thank you, Chairwoman Capehart and members of the Senate and the body. I came today when I learned that Attorney Gordon Ray was up for nomination. I found out about a day and a half ago, so I just have very short remarks. I met Attorney Ray in 2007 when I came to the Virgin Islands at one of the first bar meetings on St. Thomas, and I remember walking over to him and being able to shake his hand, and as a young lawyer, he will not remember this, but he took an interest in me and asked me about my practice and my interests, and that I wanted to be a litigator like Attorney Ray, where he'd been on in very big cases on both sides of the V. And from that time, I had the opportunity to learn from him from 2007 to the present. And it's been extremely beneficial to me, mostly because of his preparation, his honesty, his high ethical standard, and teamwork. He's a man with almost no ego. And when you put a bunch of attorneys together to get a project done, sometimes the biggest block from getting the project done is just the egos of other attorneys. And this Attorney Ray always works for the betterment of the goal and the team. I've been president of the bar in 2016. I'll be president of the Virgin Islands Bar Association next year in 2025. Attorney Ray is one of the most respected and admired attorneys in the Virgin Islands. He's one of the deans of the bar. He's been honored with our highest honor, which is the Winston Hodge Award, which people may still remember the law firm of Hodge, Sheen, Finch, and Ross. And that was the premier law firm to win in court. And Gordon Ray had followed in those footsteps, and through his long career, which started way before I arrived, he's been on both sides of the V. And I say that's probably a big compliment for any attorney. You're just not in one area doing plaintiff work or defense work, and that could be on the civil side or the criminal side. He's pretty much done it all, and it brings a perspective that a lot of attorneys do not have. A lot of attorneys may be in government practice, and then they become a judge, and they only have one slice of the loaf of bread. It's their experience. But Gordon has done it all. He's been a prosecutor. He's been a defense lawyer in the criminal setting. He's been a plaintiff lawyer for those that are hurt. He's been a defense lawyer for companies or people accused of wrongdoing. He's been a mediator. He has been involved with on judiciary committees, been involved on the bar. He has a diverse range of experience as an attorney. And that doesn't even go into his other career as a famous and well-known author, where even his books have been featured in movies on TV with famous people reading his books in TV shows and being, anyway, going back to, I'll finish this with a personal story. In one of the largest cases that was brought in the Virgin Islands, and Attorney Rhea was my colleague on one of the largest jury trial verdicts against a tobacco company in the Virgin Islands. And that trial lasted nearly a month. Before that trial started, the tobacco company was supposed to send our side documents, and they missed the deadline, whether that was 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock that day. And I remember talking with Gordon Rhea and my team and saying, this is outrageous. They're supposed to turn over the documents. That's what the judge ordered. They haven't done it. And we're not going to turn over our documents. If they don't turn over theirs, then we're not going to give our documents either. And I remember Gordon putting his hand on my shoulder and saying, Russell, I know you're very passionate, but I just don't play that way. If the other side wants to break the rules, they can break the rules. But we need to turn over our documents. And I remember fighting back a little bit, saying, but you know, we don't see the judge till next week. We're going to lose a whole week of not even being able to look through the documents. They're going to have our documents, and they'll have gone through all of them. And then when we have the trial, we'll be too busy to even see the documents. They're doing this tactically. This is to disadvantage us. And Gordon looked at me and said, well, have you got it out of your system? I kind of deflatedly said, yes. He said, go ahead and email our documents over. And sure enough, a week later, when we went into court, the judge really didn't sanction the other side. And I thought, wow, this is really unfair. But God has a sense of humor, because about 4 weeks later, the jury said XYZ. I mean, the number was cut down, but the jury said 83 million. And I said, there you go. Gordon did the right thing, and we fought the right fight, and at the end of the day, the jury came through. Now, the case was reduced on appeal, but at that point, it represents the largest civil private verdict in the Virgin Islands, and that case was tried by Gordon Rhea. I'll finish with this. If I had a family member that was a victim of violence or hurt, I would want Gordon Rhea to prosecute that case, because I know he'd do a good job, and hopefully there'd be some justice. Now, if I was arrested, and I hope God spare life that never happens, but whether rightly or wrongly, my first call would be to Gordon Rhea. If I was injured, my first call would be to him. And I know many other people and attorneys would have made that same call, and when he decided to end his private practice and put his name in to be Attorney General, many lawyers in the Virgin Islands said, well, crap, who am I going to refer my cases to now? Who's going to be the person to step up? So right now there is a vacuum for some hardworking attorneys to step into the criminal defense shoes of Gordon Rhea, the civil defense shoes, and also the plaintiff personal injury shoes. They're big shoes to fill. I can't do it all, so I hope there are other attorneys that will step up and do that. But Gordon's reason for going into the Department of Justice is that he has now 50 years of experience in the practice of law in the Virgin Islands, and I think he wants to give back. And I know that the community of the Virgin Islands, the people of the Virgin Islands, will be well served from his high ethical standards, from his honesty, from his preparation, how he treats others, and that he is a team player. It's not him. There's never been any ego. The Department of Justice will be a team, and he wants to see less violence in the Virgin Islands. He wants people to be protected. He wants them to be safe here, and he wants the government to work efficiently, and he has the skills and the knowledge to try to make that happen. And I hope that the other branches of government, the executive branch, the legislature, and the judiciary will work with him, because we won't have him forever. So let's do the best we can to get our judiciary up to par. And I've spoken many other times that the judiciary right now is struggling with delay, and that delay affects every Virgin Islander, whether they're sitting in Golden Grove waiting for trial, or the victim who's waiting for justice, or the person who's hurt who's waiting. Attorney Rhea has a plan to try to speed up these cases and assist judges and help his prosecutors to get justice done timely and fairly. That concludes my testimony, and I thank you for letting me testify at this time.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Appleton.
Good morning. Good morning, Senators.
Say your name again for the record.
It's William Appleton. I am currently the Deputy Attorney General for the Division of St. Croix. And it is an absolute honor and privilege to be here this morning to make a few brief comments about this remarkable man who is the Attorney General nominee before you here today. I can tell you that when I first learned that Attorney Rhea was to be the Attorney General nominee, it was with great awe that I awaited his arrival at Department of Justice. This is a man who has dedicated a great deal of his life to the Virgin Islands. He has served in multiple capacities, as we just heard from Attorney Pate. When I say he has served above and beyond and effectively for not only the government, but for his clients in a zealous capacity. This is a man who has experience at both the federal level, the local level, in private practice. He is an attorney that has returned some of the largest verdicts in the Virgin Islands history. He is a man that has served as on the federal side as a United States attorney, and that experience goes all the way back to Washington, D.C., where in his previous careers, he has served as a member on the Church Committee. These are major hearings. This was stemming back all the way to the late 70s and 80s on major issues that impacted our nation as a whole. He chose to come to the Virgin Islands with a great background and a great dedication to making this territory a better territory, and I think I can safely say that he has done so. I can say in his first days at the Department of Justice, I was not only in awe, but just incredibly impressed with a man with this kind of experience who walked in the door and had an open door policy, immediately reached out to not only management, all the way down to line attorneys, to everyone within the agency. He sincerely cared what our employees had to say. It was an open door policy. He welcomed suggestions. He welcomed criticism. He welcomed ideas and how to move the agency forward. And without saying, with his experience, he has an incredible agenda that he's already putting into place for the Department of Justice, increasing communication with the Virgin Islands Police Department, increasing the ability to communicate with this body, for potential new laws that may assist this territory. It's really been eye-opening and a pleasure to see how somebody with this degree of experience, who in all honesty is coming forward and volunteering at this place in his career to make the Department of Justice and the territory a better place to be, a safer community for all of us that reside here, a fairer application of justice. This man has an incredible backlog of experience that inspires those that serve below him. I can tell you that I'm personally inspired, and I've learned already in the 3 to 4 months that he's been in this role, numerous things. But most importantly is just his dedication to this community. And again, I'm going to obviously look forward to the Attorney General nominee's comments, but I can tell you that, as you can see behind me, there are several people here, in fact, the majority of people from Department of Justice that were able to get away today, that are wholeheartedly here supporting him. And I can't say enough about this man. He has my utmost respect, and I think that it is just a great opportunity for the Virgin Islands to have a man of this capacity serve as the Attorney General. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Attorney William Appleton, for your remarks today, and Attorney Russell Pate for your remarks. At this time, you may be excused, and we will allow the governor's nomination. Point of information. Thank you, Senator. The governor's nomination of Gordon C. Ray, Esquire, General Nominee for the Virgin Islands, the Attorney General Nominee for the Virgin Islands, Department of Justice. I saw you brought your village here today in support, which is good. So you may proceed with the reading of your testimony today.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Diane Capehart, Chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other senators of the 35th Legislature, and members of the viewing and listening public, including the many members of the Department of Justice who have come here in my support. My name is Gordon Campbell Ray, and I am before you today as the nominee for Attorney General of the United States Virgin Islands. I would like to thank the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., Governor of the Virgin Islands, and the Honorable Tregenza Roach, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands, for nominating me to this position. Having been a federal prosecutor in both Washington, D.C. and the Virgin Islands, and having also worked as a defense attorney, a civil attorney, and an appellate attorney, and having been a member of the Virgin Islands Bar for more than 40 years, I consider serving as the Virgin Islands' Attorney General an honor and an opportunity to give back to a community that has meant so much to me, to my wife, and to my family. I'd like to begin by telling you a little about myself, focusing first on the experiences and training that have prepared me for this position, and then on the history of my relationship with the Virgin Islands. I grew up in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, a town that the federal government built in the early 1940s to work in tandem with Los Alamos to produce the first atomic bomb and end World War II. After graduating from high school, I attended Indiana University, received a bachelor's degree with honors in history, then entered graduate school at Harvard University as a Woodrow Wilson Fellow and earned a master's degree in history there. Afterwards, I joined the Peace Corps' Africa program and worked as a teacher and community development worker in remote villages in the Ethiopian highlands and in the Ogaden Desert near Somalia. It was a life-changing experience. Returning to the United States in early 1970, I worked for a year and a half as a carpenter in California, then attended Stanford University Law School, where I received my law degree in 1974. My areas of concentration were criminal law and environmental law, and I helped draft Stanford's Environmental Law Handbook. My first job after law school was with one of the top criminal law firms in Los Angeles, where I specialized in complex criminal cases and appeals to the Ninth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals. Another life-changing event occurred in 1975 when I was invited to apply for the position of Special Assistant to the Chief Counsel of Senator Frank Church's Select Committee on Intelligence Activities in Washington, D.C. This Senate committee investigated alleged abuses by federal intelligence agencies, and as the Chief Counsel's Special Assistant, I participated in uncovering and documenting several of those abuses. My work included acquiring documents, deposing witnesses, writing reports, drafting legislation, and preparing Senators Frank Church and Walter Mondale to testify in public hearings. I was the chief investigator and drafter of the committee's report on the CIA's attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro, Patrice Lumumba, and other foreign leaders, and of its report on the FBI's disgraceful attempts to discredit Martin Luther King and undermine the civil rights movement. When the Senate Select Committee finished its work in late 1976, I was appointed an Assistant United States Attorney in Washington. Over the next 5 years, I prosecuted hundreds of criminal cases in the Superior Court for the District of Columbia and in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, ranging from misdemeanors to first-degree murders to complex white-collar prosecutions. After serving in the Misdemeanor Trial Division, the Grand Jury Division, the Felony Trial Division, and the Appellate Division, I was appointed Deputy Director of Superior Court Operations, overseeing all felony prosecutions in Washington, D.C. I was then elevated to Executive Assistant United States Attorney, where I assisted the U.S. Attorney in managing the nation's largest federal prosecutor's office of more than 160 civil, criminal, and appellate lawyers. My responsibilities included coordinating with local and federal law enforcement agencies, reviewing and authorizing major local and federal prosecutions, overseeing the office's criminal, civil, and appellate divisions, interviewing and hiring new prosecutors, coordinating with media, and trying high-profile cases in the nation's capital. I have several fascinating stories about those days I could share with you, time permitting. In 1981, the administration changed in Washington, and the U.S. Attorney and his executive team, including me, was asked to step down so the new president could appoint his own people. I did so and was invited to serve as a Special Assistant United States Attorney in the Virgin Islands. I accepted immediately. At that time, my roots in the Virgin Islands reached back more than a decade. I had spent the summer of 1968 at the Peace Corps training camp for Ethiopia volunteers at Beck's Grove on St. Croix. While in law school, I returned to St. Croix for the summer of 1973 and worked as a law clerk with the firm of Isherwood and Coliani. Several members of that firm, including Thomas Alcon and Jeffrey Barnard, became lifelong friends, and I had the opportunity to meet and work with many of the bar's prominent figures, including Albert Sheen and Winston Hodge. I remained in touch with them during my Washington years and visited the islands frequently, so when I was offered the opportunity to move to the Virgin Islands full-time in 1981 as an Assistant United States Attorney, it was an offer I could not refuse. As an Assistant U.S. Attorney in the Virgin Islands, I prosecuted major felonies on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Late in 1982, Attorney Thomas Alcon and I formed the Virgin Islands firm of Alcon and Rhea, specializing in personal injury litigation, including toxic tort cases, product liability cases, and complex white-collar criminal cases. We brought numerous major suits against the Hess Oil Refinery and the Martin Marietta Bauxite Refinery for injuring workers by exposing them to toxic materials such as asbestos, heavy metal catalysts, silica, solvents, and isocyanate paints. We also prosecuted groundbreaking product liability cases against automobile manufacturers for injuries caused by vehicle instability, firewall failures, and occupant protection failures, handled litigation involving airplane crashes, turbulence encounters, and a wide range of catastrophic worker-related injuries, and served as co-counsel in litigation against Exxon, Esso, and Texaco for contaminating the sole source Tutu aquifer on St. Thomas with petroleum and chlorinated hydrocarbons. Over the ensuing decades, I have engaged 3 or 4 trials a year in the Virgin Islands. Among my major cases in recent years was my representation of the chief financial officer of a prominent EDC company, KPOC, in a 2.5-month-long jury trial that resulted in his acquittal and in many respects helped save the EDC program. I won the largest civil jury verdict ever rendered in the Virgin Islands in a landmark case against R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company involving cancer deaths caused by its cigarettes. I also recently represented hospital CEO Amos Carty in his trial and subsequent appeal, in which the Virgin Islands Supreme Court ruled that he had acted in good faith and vacated his conviction. In sum, I have extensive experience in civil, criminal, and appellate litigation, much of it in the Virgin Islands. I am humbled by the Virgin Islands Bar Association's decision last year to grant me its highest honor, the Winston Hodge Award. My wife, Catherine, also has close ties to the Virgin Islands. She moved to St. Croix in 1978, taught at Lou Muckle Elementary School and at Country Day School, and later worked on the island with Prudential Bache and Merrill Lynch. We were married on St. Croix in 1986, and our first son, Campbell, was born a few months before Hurricane Hugo, which destroyed our home on Little Princess Hill, with us and our infant son in it. I'm happy to report that we all survived, and that Campbell is now an attorney and a member of the Virgin Islands Bar, although he is based out of Milwaukee. We also have a second son, Carter, who spent much of his childhood here and is receiving his PhD this year in astrophysics. I have several hobbies. I'm an avid long-distance trail runner and have run numerous marathons during the past several decades. I also enjoy hiking and take advantage of the many hiking opportunities in the Virgin Islands. And I also write history and have published 8 books, several of which won national awards and were featured as main selections of the History Book Club. Now that I've shared some of my background, let me turn to the position to which I've been nominated. Pursuant to Virgin Islands law, the Attorney General heads the Department of Justice and has a series of responsibilities, including prosecuting violations of the territory's criminal statutes, representing the executive branch in its boards, agencies, and commissions in civil actions where the government's a party or has an interest, investigating violations of law for which the executive branch may invoke penalties, fines, or forfeiture, representing the executive branch before administrative tribunals, furnishing legal advice to the governor and all executive departments, preparing drafts of legislation and contracts on request, rendering opinions regarding the legality of legislation, contracts, and other matters of import, and administering and enforcing laws pertaining to ethics and conflicts of interest. The Attorney General is also required to implement social action programs for the prevention of crime and the protection of witnesses and victims of crimes. To accomplish these goals, the Attorney General oversees the Justice Department of some 155 employees. I'm assisted by 2 Deputy Attorney Generals. One helps manage the St. Croix District and the other the St. Thomas St. John District. The department's further divided into several divisions, each with Assistant Attorney Generals and support staff. The divisions are as follows. The Criminal Division prosecutes violation of the Virgin Islands Criminal Code in the Virgin Islands Superior Court. The Civil Division represents the government in litigation, whether brought against the government or by the government, and in civil rights challenges, consent decrees, and enforcement actions. The Solicitor General's Division reviews all government agency contracts and handles appeals from judgments in which the government is a party. The Paternity and Child Support Division provides aid to vulnerable children and facilitates children's visitation with non-custodial parents. The Office of the Medical Examiner secures the bodies of the deceased and performs autopsies to determine the medical cause and manner of death of anyone who dies under unusual or suspicious circumstances, pursuant to the Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act, SORNA or SORNA. We register and track sexual offenders and maintain a public registry website identifying offenders. The Division of Gaming Enforcement investigates casino employees and persons seeking casino licenses and tests electronic gaming machines. The Special Investigations Division investigates fraud, white-collar crimes, and public corruption, makes arrests, and helps protect victims and witnesses. The Family Division represents the Department of Human Services and Family Court and prosecutes juvenile delinquency cases with the aim of rehabilitating youthful offenders. The Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, MFCU, investigates and prosecutes providers and companies responsible for improper or fraudulent medical billing schemes, and our Victim Advocates Program helps ensure the safety and well-being of victims. Finally, we have an IT unit and a budget and accounting unit that perform functions critical for the management and running of the entire department. I assumed the position of Acting Attorney General on May 20th of this year. I spent my first week meeting with the deputies, division chiefs, assistant attorney generals, investigators, and staff on both St. Croix and St. Thomas, inviting them to tell me what was working well, to identify any problem areas, and to give me their best assessment of how to improve or correct those problem areas. Their response has been very positive and helpful. The major big picture issue that I've begun working on is the lack of coordination among the departments and agencies responsible for law enforcement and justice. Even though the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, the United States Attorney's Office, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Superior and Federal Courts share a common mission of fighting crime and promoting justice, they seldom cooperate or work together to achieve these goals. One reason I hope to receive your confirmation as Attorney General is to help bring about a coordinated effort by all these entities to work as a team to achieve their common purpose. Here are the steps that I've taken over the past 3 months to advance that goal. First, I met with the Virgin Islands Police Commissioner Ray Martinez, and when he stepped down, continued talks with Assistant Commissioner Mario Brooks. We've identified several areas where closer cooperation between the police department and our criminal division can reap large rewards. For example, we're working on systems that will enable the police to give us, soon after an arrest, the information critical to making charging decisions, such as police reports, witness and victim contact information, body cams, and forensic evidence. This will enable us to better evaluate cases at an early juncture and will also allow us to give defense attorneys the discovery necessary to promptly negotiate pleas, diversion programs, or other dispositions, thereby helping reduce the court's overwhelming caseload while at the same time advancing our law enforcement goals. We also plan for each prosecutor assigned to a case to visit the crime scene with the officer who made the arrest to better understand the location and events and to determine what photographs or other demonstrative material might be helpful in explaining the case to a jury. To that end, we've already held meetings in St. Croix and in St. Thomas involving the prosecutors and relevant police officers in both departments, in which they were able to sit together for several hours, get to know each other, and discuss how best to achieve this much-needed cooperation. I've also had several conversations with U.S. Attorney Delia Smith and her criminal chief, Michael Conley. They, too, were surprised and delighted that I was looking to cooperate with them to advance our common law enforcement objectives, as relations between the Virgin Islands and federal prosecuting arms have generally been strained. We discussed how we could work together in complex cases with a federal connection, such as embezzlement of federal funds or violations of both federal and territorial laws. The advantages are tremendous. Many of these cases require costly forensic analysis, which the federals can perform at no cost to us, and which can best be investigated and tried through the joint efforts of local and federal investigators and prosecutors. To that end, the U.S. Attorney also agreed that some of our Assistant Attorney Generals could be sworn in as Special Assistant United States Attorneys, or SAUSAs, or SAUSs, they're sometimes called, and cooperate in trying some of these cases in federal court. This arrangement will not only afford our prosecutors invaluable experience, but will also achieve favorable and less costly dispositions of some of our major cases. I also met with Chief Territorial Public Defender Julia Todman to discuss ways in which we could reach early dispositions in criminal cases, including early discovery and various incentives for nonviolent crimes or crimes by youthful defenders, including pretrial diversion programs and probations. I've spoken with several Superior Court judges about expanding the use of diversion programs and probation for nonviolent or youthful offenders, and they welcome the idea. Young offenders will have an opportunity to avoid the lifetime stigma of a criminal conviction and to improve their lives through counseling, drug and alcohol treatment, or whatever programs will help them become law-abiding and productive members of the community. Importantly, such dispositions help unclog judicial calendars, give prosecutors more time to focus on violent and repeat criminal offenders, and provide young and nonviolent offenders an opportunity and the tools to clean up their lives. Turning our focus from the broad law enforcement picture to particular needs of the department, 3 items stand out. First is the urgent need to fill numerous vacant positions. I addressed that problem in detail in my testimony to the Budget Committee. For example, our Solicitor General represents all government departments in their appeals, prepares legal opinions, reviews all government contracts for legal sufficiency, advises all boards and commissions, and represents the government in bond matters. Several years ago, the Solicitor General had a staff of 12 attorneys to help with this massive load. Now the office is manned only by the Solicitor General, one attorney to assist her, and a support staff of 3. The criminal division is likewise understaffed. The ideal arrangement would be for 2 assistant attorneys general to cover each courtroom, but reaching that goal requires hiring 7 additional attorneys. The white-collar crime and public corruption unit, which is mandated by statute, is staffed by a director and a single assistant attorney general on loan from the criminal division. Major staffing deficiencies also plague the paternity and child support division, the Medicaid fraud control unit, the Division of Gaming Enforcement, the Special Investigations Division, the Office of the Medical Examiner, and the Office of Sexual Offender Registry. The Civil Division has done a spectacular job over the past 2 years, bringing in tens of millions of dollars in settlements from the likes of J.P. Morgan Chase, Walgreens, CVS Pharmacy, Walmart Corporation, Teva, Allergen, and Google. However, it too would profit from the addition of more attorneys. I am well aware of these needs and have been working with our human resources and finance departments to attract talented new employees and find ways to fund their employment. The second critical need of the department is an IT case management system that will eliminate the need for paper files, expedite the exchange of data with the police, federal prosecutors, and defense attorneys, and alert prosecutors that court filings are coming due. My predecessors had initiated negotiations with a national company, Journal Technologies, Inc., that can design and install such a case management system, but the project has stalled. I've put it back on track and I'm working to have it in place within a year, a modern case management system tailor-made to accommodate the various needs of our many divisions. Finally, I plan to step up the training programs for our attorneys. The National Association of Attorney Generals, called NAAG or NAG for short, supplies a series of excellent training programs for prosecutors and their staff, both remotely and in person. I am discussing with NAG to determine the best programs for our attorneys and staff and to establish dates for the training sessions. And by the way, NAG does this work for free, so it will not cost the government a penny. Before ending my testimony, there's one other matter I would like to address. I'm often asked about my involvement in the recent case involving Jeffrey Epstein. Let me begin by emphasizing that I have never met, communicated with, or represented Mr. Epstein, and I am as shocked and disgusted by his conduct as I believe we all are. Some 4 years ago, after Epstein's death, the Virgin Islands government brought suit against Epstein's estate and those associated with it. I was contacted by a New York law firm that requested me to serve as local counsel for Richard Kahn, K-A-H-N, who is a CPA living in New Jersey, who had worked as Epstein's accountant and was now one of the 2 co-executors of Epstein's estate. I spoke with Mr. Kahn, and he agreed with me that the estate's assets should be used primarily to help right Epstein's egregious wrongs. To that end, we requested the court to appoint a special master to interview Epstein's female victims in private, determine the amount that each should receive, relay that amount to the estate, and the estate would pay it without question. Altogether, the estate paid the women victimized by Epstein approximately $155 million, averaging over $900,000 per victim. In addition, the estate entered into settlements with the Virgin Islands government and other entities that Epstein had cheated out of taxes. The amount owed the Virgin Islands in unpaid taxes was approximately $80 million. After negotiations, the estate ultimately paid the Virgin Islands $116.5 million. To avoid any hint of impropriety or potential conflict of interest, however, I have recused myself from any involvement in any Epstein-related matters that might arise while I am Attorney General. And I might add that I have assigned my other Deputy Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Ian Clement, to make all decisions in all Epstein-related cases so that there could be no even whiff that I might have a conflict of interest or any bias in any of these matters. Significantly, the Justice Department dismissed the charges against Mr. Kahn. As for myself, I felt that I had done a good job securing justice for my client, for the women and governments victimized by Epstein, and of course for the Virgin Islands. As Attorney General, I swear to you that I will represent my clients, the people of the Virgin Islands, with that same zeal, dedication, and commitment to justice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before your committee. I'd like just briefly to thank the former judges and magistrates, as well as the prominent local practicing attorneys who have written letters to this committee supporting my candidacy. I believe that includes such figures as George Cannon, Hank Smock, Kevin Raines, Andrew Capdeville, Pamela Colon, Rhea Hodge, Joel Holt, and others. I also wish to thank the many attorneys and support staff from the DOJ who are able to come here this morning in my support. It means a lot to me. And I extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to all of the Department of Justice's employees who work long and hard to make the department's mission of rendering fair justice and success. I'm truly moved by your dedication. And last but not least, I thank my wife and my 2 boys and my grandson, although he wouldn't understand it quite yet, for the encouragement and support they've given me in this endeavor. That's the end of my testimony, and I would be delighted to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Gordon Ray, for your detailed testimony that you have provided us today. I actually read it last night, and I was so impressed with all that you have done throughout the United States and here in the territory. It's impressive. You've been a federal prosecutor, a defense attorney, civil attorney, appellate attorney, member of the Virgin Islands Bar for 40 years. And your willingness to still want to serve this community. Thank you. I want to ask, how long have you been acting?
I've been acting since May 20th of this year. So, so it would have been the last basically almost 4 months.
4 months? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Make sure, yeah.
There, you can hear me better. Since May 20th of this year.
May 20th?
Yes.
Okay. And I like how you've been proactive and you've met with the Chief Territorial Public Defender, the Superior Judges, Police Commissioner, so I commend you. I know my colleagues have a lot of questions for you today, as we have seen the Attorney General position go in and out, seen a lot of resignations happen, and here it is, we have a nomination again. You're the second person in the 35th legislature. So my colleagues have questions, and colleagues, this is what we would do for the line of questioning. I will allow 7 minutes for your line of question. And if you have additional questions, I will allow you another minute. So if you don't need that next minute, just the next colleague would proceed. So starting with Senator Bolkes on the island of St. Thomas, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to our nominee, Gordon Rhea, Attorney Gordon Rhea, Esquire. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much.
Excellent, excellent. So I have a number of questions, and I wanted to start off with White Collar Crime Public Corruption Unit.
Yes.
We know that it's typically understaffed, and I was wondering what strategies you plan to address to get that unit going, to address public corruption and financial crimes, given the limited resources available to you for the unit.
Yes, I was surprised at how small that unit was when I started acting as Attorney General. The head of that unit, Patricia Lynn Pryor, is a superb prosecutor. She herself has been an Attorney General of a county elected twice, so she has quite a background in this. She's running that department basically on a shoestring. There's one other Assistant Attorney General on loan to her, but she lacks all of the resources that I want that department to have. I've talked with her about how we can get those resources. One thing that we're doing, as at least a stopgap at this point, is, again, building our coordination with the U.S. Attorney's Office, because the federal prosecutors handle a lot of the kind of cases that our white-collar division handles. Secondly, my plan is to take some of our new hires, the ones who have a background in this sort of thing, and send them to her so that her division can start to grow in prosecutors. She also needs, though, some experts in handling financial data and doing analysis and that sort of thing. And so we're looking for someone like that as well. Again, the funding problems are there, but the white-collar public corruption division is one of my priorities. And I'm delighted to say that it's headed by an extremely capable attorney, and we are devoted to doing everything that we can do to get it on its feet and running. Right now it is handling some cases, it needs more.
White-collar crime is actually transcending or changing into cyber crimes. And
yes.
I wanted to know what your opinion was with the rise of all the digital crimes such as fraud, cyber attacks, and identity theft. What measures would you advocate for or even implement or even advocate for the implementation of cybersecurity laws and protections?
I have to say, I have not studied what a cybersecurity law should look like, but I am more than glad to entertain any suggestions, and I'd be more than glad to talk with my staff about what those laws should look like. Obviously, we enforce the law, legislature passes the laws, but we're more than ready to cooperate with the legislature in coming together or coming up with some good cybersecurity laws. And you're correct. White-collar crime, financial crimes now have pretty much become cyber crimes. And that's what we're seeing.
Okay, thank you for that response. And you definitely will be seeing a number of those proposals coming to you in the near future. Under Title 29 VIC, governing the zoning and environmental laws, we just had a nominee before us, sort of like in that area. And I wondered how do you intend as the Attorney General in your position to ensure that environmental laws are protected and enforced here in the Virgin Islands, because all we have is our natural beauty and our people, which are very important, that attract the outside world here to the Virgin Islands. And we want to make sure that our territory is in pristine condition, and our environmental laws help us to protect our territory in that aspect. What are some of the things? Have there been a lot of environmental issues that have come through the Department of Justice in recent years or even currently?
Right. Yeah, I have to first say that environmental protection is a priority with me. As I mentioned in the testimony, in law school, I helped draft an environmental handbook for lawyers. And since then, I've been involved in a lot of major environmental litigation, a lot of it here in the islands. I handled a lot of litigation against Hess Oil when I was in private practice with respect to the oil spills and the contamination of those aquifers. I was involved in the litigation against oil companies with respect to the Tutu Wells aquifer on St. Thomas, which is a sole source aquifer. Oh, I'm sorry. And so this has always been extremely important to me. What we're doing at the Department of Justice, first, I do plan to make the litigation involving environmental issues a major point that we're after. And we also are in the process of bringing on another attorney from a New York, basically a New York law school, who would be able to come on as a special environmental attorney and has a strong background in that. So I can assure you that as soon as we have the resources, environmental litigation is going to be big on our screen. And for me, it's a continuation of
1 minute.
Of something that's been on my mind, obviously, since I became a lawyer and even before then.
Okay, thank you for your response. And let's switch over to tax. Title 33 deals with tax collection and tax evasion. And of course, tax collection and enforcement is crucial to the financial health of the Virgin Islands. And as Attorney General, I was wondering, how do you plan to enhance those efforts to combat tax evasion and ensure that both individuals and corporations meet their obligations under Title 33 VIC?
Right. We don't have a huge investigative arm. Obviously, that's police, or on the federal side, FBI. They're the ones who generally uncover those kinds of transgressions. But once they've been uncovered and referred to us, we will prosecute them to the hilt. We do have a special investigative division. We call it SID. And it's, again, thinly manned. It needs more people. But it also can help with the investigation of those. But we're largely a recipient of those kinds of cases. And again, that's one of the areas where I'm looking to work with the federal side as well. And I think my background as an assistant U.S. attorney has made it a lot easier for me to work with the federal prosecutors in conjunction with our local prosecutors and put together that kind of teamwork.
And Madam Chair, may I just follow up on a comment that the
1 minute.
Attorney General. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. You said that that division is what, the SID?
SID, Special Investigative Division, yes. And it does a lot of things. Yeah, SID is one of our divisions.
Okay, and it's understaffed, you mentioned?
Yes, it has multiple assignments. It serves warrants and subpoenas. It does a lot of things. It helps with a lot of our other agencies do things, but it also does some investigative work. And I think it would make sense to increase the size of that division and have 1 or 2 people who could specialize in tax evasion. I think it would be also a great way to bring income into the Virgin Islands government if all the taxes that we're due and owing were actually paid.
Okay, and I don't want to abuse my time, but ideally, how many more employees in that area would you ideally request or suggest? And thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Bolkes. Attorney Ray, the testimony you provided, and you mentioned your extensive background in environmental law. From 1967, with all the industries that are in our backyard, we are now starting to see the environmental impacts. We are now starting to see the health impacts, so we've been seeing it. And it hit close to me when individuals now who have actually worked in these industries are getting sick, and there's no hope. The legal representation that has been offered to some of these individuals has been disappointing. And I just want to make sure that you talk about an environmental attorney. I think that's needed because we accept these industries in our backyard and there's not responsible development. And we cannot protect our air, land, and water and not our people. So I'm very, very disturbed when I see individuals getting sick and they don't have that representation. So I hope that this is something that you would take up if you are the Attorney General and not the acting Attorney General.
And it's an area I would love to dive deeper into. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I spent most of the years of my civil practice here in the U.S. Virgin Islands during the 1980s and into the 1990s representing workers at the Hess oil refinery. And many of them have been exposed to all of these dangerous substances you're talking about. And we all know about the downwind and downstream effect of the contaminants that are in the water. So yes, definitely.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the nominee. I just wanted to point out, I like your statement with regards to the SID stepping up its enforcement capabilities, etc. You spoke to the tax investigators. I wanted to point out right there that that is exactly why I was trying to ask administration after administration not to weed out those criminal investigators that the Bureau of Internal Revenue had here. And they did and did and did until they have exhausted all the criminal investigators from that unit. The same thing that they did with the Department of Finance, weed out all the officers that they had there. You are absolutely correct that revenues could have been brought into this territory. Right now, my colleagues are doing the budget markup, and we're finding where millions of dollars is on the streets. So I'm hopeful that this advice, hundreds of millions, thank you. I hope that the chief executive is hearing you on this, and that eventually we will be able to return those same positions that you're talking about. I don't believe that it should be within the Department of Justice. I really believe it should be rightfully within the Bureau of Internal Revenue. But I do concur that we could have been bringing in a lot more revenues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Who now we'll go to Senator Novell Francis, 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you, Attorney Gordon Rhea, for your willingness to serve in this very important role as the next Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. And I'm listening to all that you have done. You've been around a long time.
I have been.
And I've done a lot. And I'm happy to see that you still have the vigor, vitality, and taking your vitamins. I'm hoping because there's a lot of work to be done here. You have been around and been doing this business even before some of your assistant attorney generals have been born.
I know, I hear that sometimes. All I can say is I still run 6 or 8 miles virtually every day.
Yes, sir.
I work out and I eat right. I eat whole foods and that's it.
Excellent, you're gonna need that.
And I don't, and actually I've not eaten meat for since 1971.
Meat is overrated, I agree with that, no problem.
Fish is okay,
yes.
but no land-based animal.
So tell me, part of your statement here in your last paragraph, you said, as Attorney General, I swear to you that I will represent my clients, the people of the Virgin Islands, with that same zeal, dedication, and commitment to justice. So, you perhaps the third Attorney General in this administration, and no different from the prior administration, they too went through several Attorney Generals. What have you gleaned from your research is a challenge with us creating that stability of having Attorney Generals in place?
I honestly don't know the details of why any of the former Attorney Generals left or were removed. And I've stayed away from that on purpose because I know what I will do. And the way I handle being Attorney General is that I give Government House my best legal analysis. And I explain exactly what the law is. And politics plays no part in my interpretation of the law. I call it straight like I see it.
And I appreciate you saying that because, again, your paragraph said you're the people attorney.
Yes.
People of Virgin Islands.
And that's where I view my responsibility too.
So you don't see yourself as a governor's attorney?
No, I don't.
You see yourself as a people's attorney?
Yes.
Thank you for that. So let's get into a little bit of intricacies in terms of your role and responsibility here. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about a morgue,
Yes.
because of course that continues to be an issue in the community. And of course, you know, if you don't, especially when you talk about criminal investigation, if you don't have that corpse and that information regarding that murder scene, you know, how would you be able to address that issue? What is going on with the morgue at this point?
The morgue is a problem, and it was one that I walked right into. I had no idea what was going on, but the situation that I found is that on St. Croix there really is no operable morgue. There is a good operable morgue and system on St. Thomas, but St. Croix has a real problem. The morgue at the hospital is almost completed, and I talk back and forth with the hospital officials virtually every week to find out what the status is. They assure me that it's getting near completion, although they've had some problems with the contractor. But right now it's non-functional. The Department of Justice had a mobile morgue. It's a modular mobile morgue, actually. It's got 3 parts to it. All those 3 parts are right now at the Port Authority docks there on St. Croix. And we've been looking to put it into a place that can be both safe and functional. I'm meeting with the Department of Health. They've suggested a site in the new area that they're working on behind the old hospital. And I'm going to be going out with the Department of Health officials either this week or early next week to take a look at that site. And if it is workable, then that ought to solve that problem. We'll be able within a fairly short period of time to prepare a portion of the site for our modular morgue and get it there. So that's what we're having to do on St. Croix right now, and it's a terrible situation. I make no excuse for it. It's one I met and one I'm trying to end, is that bodies that need to be examined by medical examiners forensically have to be sent to St. Thomas, and that's costly.
So real quickly, for just some background information, that this senator, again coming from a law enforcement background, provided funding for a crime lab. I was asked by the previous Attorney General about utilizing some of that money to be able to stand up the morgue because of the importance of being able to do that. The morgue in St. Thomas has been stood up, and of course here in St. Croix continue to lag behind. So I'm asking you to please make this a priority as you move forward to address that situation, if in fact you're able to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely, it is a priority, and I know it's being followed very closely in the news media, and that's a real spur, and I'm on it, but it's having to deal with a lot of different factors, and I'm hopeful that it will be together within the next month or so.
Attorney General nominee Gordon Rhea, do you have a position, an elected or appointed Attorney General?
Do I have an elected?
1 minute.
Do you have a position? How do you feel with the territory benefits better from an elected official, Attorney General or an appointed Attorney General?
My sense is that we're better off with an appointed Attorney General than an elected Attorney General, and my reasoning is this. The Attorney General has to work with the administration. If an Attorney General is elected, that means the Attorney General has to run for office. That means the Attorney General has to get campaign contributions, has to appeal to different factions, basically owes a lot of people different things. And I don't see how an Attorney General can really be neutral and fair in that circumstance. I know a lot of states do have elected Attorney Generals. A lot of jurisdictions do, but it troubles me. So if it were my call, I'd say an appointed one is better, even though that also carries issues, but not as many.
I agree with your assessment there. My time has been called. I don't want to abuse the time.
You may conclude. You have an extra minute.
I have an extra minute. So there's a lot in my extra minute, right? I wanted to talk about the white-collar crime unit. I wanted to talk about behavioral health and the need for us to prioritize those. I think we're doing a disservice. Every time we have to arrest an individual that may be experiencing behavioral health issues in order to get them into the system, that is a problem for me. I totally agree with the cross-designation, especially in the major crime unit between the U.S. Attorney and the Attorney General that have worked well in the past, and I hope that's something that could be revisited. I think there is some opportunity there to utilize the federal government for their deep pockets and as well as to be able to cross-train those individuals. Are you currently attending or part of the HIDA, the high-intensity drug trafficking
Yes.
designation?
I've attended one of their conferences. To be quite frank with you, I normally get requests from 10 or 12 conferences a week, as well as I sit on the boards of Port Authority, whatever. That's required by statute.
We have a local high-intensity drug trafficking area called HIDR designation here in the territory.
Right.
And they attend a meeting in Puerto Rico. And my final question to you as my time wind down is, how do you propose to address the onboarding of Assistant Attorney Generals? You've cited the problem. How do you intend to address that issue?
The onboarding of the Lieutenant Attorney General, did you say? I'm sorry.
Assistant Attorney Generals. Hiring Assistant Attorney Generals to fill a lot of these positions you said is vacant.
Right, I got you. What I'm obviously we have to live within the budget constraints, and I know the budget constraints run across not just Justice Department, but a lot of other departments. And so what I've been working hard on, and I think we're going to have some success in it, is getting more grant money to help fill some of that vacuum. Until hopefully, governmental income increases as well. But we're talking to several different potential grant givers, and that's going to be important. A big issue in that, though I have to be honest about it, is that some of those grants will fund positions for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, but then you have to ask the question, then where does the funding come from after that? So we're having to balance a lot of different factors. But it's something I'm concerned about, something I'm looking at closely, working very closely with our finance people and our HR executives.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. Attorney Rhea, I just wanted to follow up on the question as it pertains to behavioral health. What would you recommend to address those issues of the mental health issues of the defendants appearing before you?
Okay, yeah. I'm concerned about the mental health issues as well. And the big problem that we run into is that there is a real lack of mental health treatment facilities here in the islands. I mean, we've seen a lot about that recently from the Bureau of Corrections, but it's across the board. A system that I would like to see in place is that if people are arrested or committing crimes and have mental health issues, that we will be able to work out dispositions, assuming they're not dangerous, work out dispositions where they would be required to get various types of assistance, of counseling, and all of that. And obviously if they fail in any of those matters, then prosecutions could continue. Or cases can be brought and then they're on probation while this is happening, and that acts like a sort of hammer over their head to cooperate with the various programs. And if they obviously don't cooperate, then they get tried. But yes, I'm very interested in that, and they're generally called either diversion programs or probationary programs or that sort of thing. As far as whether or not they get arrested, whether they should be arrested or not if they have a mental illness problem, we've been talking a lot about that too. And again, we have to follow what the law requires, and we're brought cases once they have been, once people have been arrested. But we are talking with several different entities about how to come up with a system that's going to be a fair, treat fairly people with real mental health problems, but at the same time safeguard the community.
I'm glad to hear that there's discussions that's being had.
They are.
Thank you. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to really say that first of all, I'm really impressed with what I've heard so far about our nominee here. You are a man who has humility. You walk with a lot of humility, so I'm really impressed with that. I want to begin my line of questioning first of all, to tell you I really admire you now because you were in the Peace Corps.
Oh.
I really admire people who have taken time out of their life to go into the Peace Corps. And you said when you were in the Peace Corps and you were in was it
Ethiopia.
You had your life-changing moment.
Very much.
And that sometimes those exposures help change us, and it helps to bring our trajectory home. I also want to say why I admire you, that you were fighting for environmental justice with the wells in the Tutu area. I too have served as an environmentalist, advocating for environmental justice. And this is not, people used to think I was getting a salary for it because I was the president of the Environmental Association of St. Thomas and St. John, and also a member of the Virgin Islands Conservation Society. I was never paid for any of that work, and I didn't want any money. But it is part of our, I would say, our responsibility as human beings to assure that the earth is protected, because all of us eat from it and live on it. So that was one of the things that just recently, based on your testimony, really garnered a lot of my respect and admiration. Even though, you know, I just met you, admiration for your work. Your work speaks, and it should stand before you. So I'm very appreciative of that. Now, I want to also commend you. This is what I want to commend you on, that you've already met with the Chief Territorial Public Defender to look at nonviolent crimes for our young people.
Right.
I had the opportunity to work with, in the trenches with some of our young people once they commit nonviolent and even violent crimes. I had one student, and he was caught selling weed, you know, cannabis, which is now legal. The Attorney General at the time wanted to incarcerate this young man. He just had weed, he had no gun, never had any priors. He's having challenges finding a job because of his citizenship, which is totally in order, and that's because of his mother being, she was indigent and she wasn't able to pay for all of the fees to get him to be legally recognized, but he was here legally. The Attorney General at the time, we're advocating for this young man. And the Attorney General said, no, he is going to prosecute him for carrying about 72 little packs of weed. And he had my student in jail. I'm sorry. So I bailed out my student today, because we had a very good prosecutor, not a prosecutor, a public defender, Samuel Joseph. We went to court, and my student was given a second opportunity. That was, I would say, over 14 years ago. That young man is doing exceptionally well, has never committed any other crime. But this Attorney General wanted him to go to jail for just some weed, and I could never understand it. And it's not a violent crime. And he didn't want to harm anyone. He was just trying to make ends meet because he had no other way to do it. He had no other way. He couldn't get a job because he couldn't show the documentation, but he was here illegally in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And so I am so elated when I read in your testimony you're going to work with our young people and the department and public defender's office to help them. They have a lot of challenges.
Yeah. They have tremendous challenges. They have real personnel shortages as well. No, I know Julia Tubman well, and we've met and talked these things through. And she needs to get the discovery early on so that they can then decide what program to do, how to do it, whatever. And obviously, she understands that we do not want to do that with people who are a danger to the community or do violent crimes. unless it's a very special circumstance. But for nonviolent, particularly for younger offenders, if there is hope that they can get counseling, then there are programs that they can go into with that hammer over their head that if they don't complete the program and don't do it right,
1 minute.
then they can be prosecuted.
Now I have another, I'm sorry to have become a little bit emotional, but it just hits me right there. Now I have another student, Attorney Rhea. He's walking the streets because he has a level of injustice. Someone violated him sexually. He cannot, and finally I got it from his father. He said, my son is having psychological and mental issues because he cannot get any justice. He is walking the street carrying that level of burden. I have had to advocate for young ladies, even before I became a senator and even during, who have been violated. They have been victims of sexual crimes, Attorney Rhea. And people, they have human beings, right, who are in law. Madam Chair, may I?
You have an additional minute.
Thank you. Who are in positions in law enforcement. As the police officers, they violate these human beings, some of them, right? Not all, right? And they don't carry out justice. They're not investigating these level of crimes, and it's hurting our young people. My student, how are you going to address those issues, Attorney Rhea? If you serve, because it has domino effect, especially here when those things occur. How do you plan to address those things?
Again, when they're brought to us, sexual predators need to be prosecuted. No question about it. And I understand the huge psychological harm that causes on people. I've known people who've been in that circumstance before. I've seen that.
Thank you, Attorney Rhea. In the second round, I have some more questions to ask, Madam Chair. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. As you can see, we are people too. We come here in this body and things are said, testimonies are read, and sometimes I've been emotional on this floor myself. So I totally understand. Senator Johnson, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Attorney Gordon Rhea, nominee. You come with a vast depth of experience, and I think you kind of answered some of my questions to the end of your testimony, which I think been the biggest cry in the community, your representation in the Epstein case. And so I want to ask you, how closely were you involved in managing the defense strategy for Khan and the others that was pretty much accused?
Right. Yeah. That case ran for several years and was pretty complex. My client, as I mentioned, was the accountant that lived up in New Jersey. There were several other defendants. There was an attorney who was a defendant who also was an executor of the estate who had been an attorney for Epstein. And then there was the estate itself, and then a few other people. But the main focus of the case was on the estate and obviously on Epstein's transgressions in not paying the taxes that he was required to pay here in the Virgin Islands. He was under the EDC program, made representations about some companies, but those companies didn't do what he said. Instead, they were just a way to siphon money through. I was involved predominantly in the negotiations that finally reached the settlements in that case on getting the victims, that whole system set up with the independent questioner, et cetera. I was also involved, obviously, in negotiating the amounts that the estate would pay, how it could do that, because a lot of the funds were landlocked. He owned, obviously, the islands, Little St. James, Great St. James, and a lot of other properties. So I was involved in a lot of that sort of thing. I was not involved in anything that involved defending Epstein and his conduct, because I was, like I said, as offended by that as anybody else has been. And that was not part of what I had to do, and I would not have done that.
How do you plan to ensure the effective implementation of Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act, SORNA?
Right. We have a SORNA division, and we are actually getting some more people into that division. And it's the head of the division is doing a very good job with what she has, and you know, I continue to support it. I think it's doing good work. And when you look at the numbers, they're able to track virtually all sexual offenders. They actually go out to where they live, and they're delving into the details. And I think they're doing everything they can do with what they have. We're going to add some more personnel to them, because I take that seriously too.
I want to ask you this question, and it's kind of in depth about who you are as a person in some sense, because you are well established. I don't think finance is a bother to you based on your longevity in practicing law. How does the Virgin Island government afford to hire Gordon Ray?
How do they afford to hire me?
Yeah.
I don't charge anything extra. I have to say, I've had a long legal career. I have made some good money with some big civil cases and that sort of thing. And, you know, when the governor invited me to take this job, a lot of my friends said, congratulations, and a lot of them said, you'd be crazy to do it. And I said, this means a lot to me. This is a chance for me to do good. It's part of what I am. The Peace Corps, environmental work, all of that's been me. And this is a chance to do something to give back. And the money that I would make at this was irrelevant. I have no, I don't intend to take bribes, don't intend to get, don't intend to use this position to catapult myself further after I'm finished as the Attorney General. Whereas this I look at as sort of a culmination of a life that has tried to do good.
Well, I don't know if you saw this morning paper, but this morning paper brings me to my next question, corruption and accountability. How do you plan to address public corruption, which has historically been a concern in the Virgin Islands, and how will you ensure the government and its officials are held accountable?
Well, first, if any government officials are caught doing anything illegal or corrupt, I will prosecute it. There's no question about that, and I've made that clear. We've been, as I said, looking to expand our white-collar criminal division, and included within that also, we're looking at sort of reviving and strengthening all of the disclosures people have to make when they take government jobs as to whether or not, what other conflicts they may have. And if they acquire any of those conflicts when they're in the government, that they will have to report those. And we're coming up with some suggestions about that, which I think you'll see here sometime in the next couple of months.
This is something, again, in regards to you as in your last career. The Virgin Islands community has been in battle with the National Park on St. John for years. I see that you're a board member for the Central Virginia Battle Trust. How does that affect you in your decision-making, especially with the people of St. John feeling that they are being disadvantaged by the National Park?
Okay. I have to say, I have not studied that whole situation at all. I will take a look at that and see. I just don't know. I've not had to make any decisions in that area and really don't know much about it. I do know about the National Park, obviously, on St. John. I've been there many a time and have many friends there. But,
are there any undisclosed detail from your work with Epstein estate that could affect your capability of performing your tasks as the Attorney General in the Virgin Islands?
No. And as I mentioned, in order to make it totally clear and certain, we have a written bar for me to do anything that deals with any Epstein-related matter. So I'm not even going to touch them. I have my Deputy Attorney General in Clement on St. Thomas, who is going to make all of those decisions. And he's already made some. And it's as though that's something that I know nothing about. I don't suggest to him what to do, and he doesn't ask me what he should do. I'm totally walled off.
Since coming on board, working in the office, what is the biggest challenge you see as the Attorney General since being on the job?
2 or 3 things. One thing I've really tried to do, and it's working, I'm comfortable with it, and there's a lot of people here from the Attorney General's office. If you'd like to ask them, I'd leave the room so they could speak to you confidentially, but I've been working to try to sort of change the culture, make it a culture where we talk, where we listen, and get ideas, and then try to reach consensus about what's the best way to get things done. And I've seen that working more and more and more, not only within the department itself, but also in our relations with, I said, the police, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and outside agencies as well. Treat them all with respect, listen to what they have to say, try to cure any problems that they're able to point out, and then work with them to get the job done. And my overall, that I think is one of the most important things that can be done, and I'm happy with the way that's going. Beyond that are the things that I mentioned earlier, which is, shortage of staff. That's a hard one to work with. I've been impressed with the quality of the attorneys that work in our office. They're good. I know there's been criticisms. Often, claims are made. Well, they didn't file something fast enough, or didn't do this or that. That sometimes is going to happen when you're dealing with a massive caseload and have not enough lawyers. But I can assure you, it's not for lack of trying or laziness, because I'm out there. And I go from office to office, I talk with the attorneys, I go to the courthouse and watch some of them in trial, see what's going on. And I have to say, I've been overall, I think the quality is good. I'm putting into place some things to make it better, the training programs, that sort of thing.
Well, I think we had a very candid conversation a couple of days ago, and I said to you that I was very disappointed in my brother case, my brother's son case.
Right.
When a drunk driver kill him and person still walking the street and still drinking and driving. And that I know for a fact. And I personally believe that the office did not represent my nephew well. And I'm very confident about you, Attorney Gordon Rhea. I've seen you work. I worked in the district court for some 12, 13 years. Right. And I saw you, and I saw you doing your job. I just hope that you could pass this on to the employees that works underneath you to make sure that the people of the Virgin Islands get proper representation at all time and at all costs. Well, thank you again for your willingness to solve. I'm still here on the line. And I think I'm about the straightest person you're going to meet here. I'm still on the line. But I'm impressed with your work, your resume, what you have accomplished thus far in your life, and been around for a while in the block.
Thank you, sir. And I can just close by saying that I promise you that I am going to do everything that I can physically do and mentally do to get the Department of Justice to the place that we all want it to be.
Thank you, and thank you again for your willingness to solve. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Points of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues are just hitting the nail on the head here today. Attorney Rhea, I like your response to the public corruption topic. You also spoke to training of attorneys. However, I have not heard of training of investigators and agents. That is also going to be crucial. because for the attorney to be able to prosecute anything, it first must be investigated thoroughly. So hopefully as we go through this, I'm hearing about training for your investigators and agents, which will bring me through the chair to ask you, do you see a value on the establishment of the ethics and conflict of interest measure that we have before us to create this commission?
Yes, I support that, and I know we've suggested some tweaks, but the whole concept of it, yes, absolutely. I think it's very important, and I think it makes a big difference. And as far as agent training, if my recollection serves me correctly, I believe our agents are actually going into a training program in the next few weeks. I think I saw some material that crossed my desk that related to that. I'll look into that, though, and I can shoot you a note and let you know for sure.
I also sent you a letter commending, I believe, 2 of your employees that I saw in action at the EOC at Vaitima, and also sent a letter suggesting that you send 2 people to some training in this regard as well. I'm not sure what actions you've taken, but that training is actually next week. Okay. But thank you, Madam Chair, for the point of information.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. At this time, I will acknowledge non-committee member Javon James. Welcome to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. Now we'll go to the island of St. Thomas. Senator Milton Potter, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, Attorney Rhea. And once again, thank you very much for your willingness to serve in this very important post. Without question, you have not lived a dull life. You've lived a very interesting and you have a very dynamic background. Given your experience, your extensive experience in both the prosecution and the defense side of the law, how do you plan to balance the needs of law enforcement with protecting individual rights as Attorney General?
Okay. I'm sorry, some of that broke up. I heard it all until the last couple of phrases.
Okay. Given your extensive experience in both the prosecution side as well as the defense side of the law, how do you plan to balance the needs of law enforcement with protecting individual rights as Attorney General?
Gotcha. Yeah, that's always an interesting challenge, and I am focused on both. Obviously, the accused has a series of rights, and those are critical. And all I can say to answer that question is we're going to follow the law and the Constitution. Vigorously prosecute where we can prove a case, and obviously make sure evidence is correctly procured and that the rules and the laws are followed.
Okay, thanks for your response. You mentioned the need for better coordination among law enforcement agencies. Right. Can you elaborate on specific strategies you have in mind to improve this cooperation?
Yes, and you're right, that is very important to me. There has been, obviously, over the last several years, sort of a rift between the Department of Justice and the police department. They haven't really been talking and interacting. And as I mentioned, I got together with Ray Martinez and then later, obviously, with Mario Brooks to try to set up meetings so that our prosecutors and the police officers, the men in the field, could actually sit together at the same table and talk about, here's what would help me, here's what would help me, here are things that we need to have done that we aren't seeing done right. For instance, one thing that the police were concerned about was that often took too long for our office to get out warrants when they would come in, because obviously if you need a warrant to do something, if it sits around for a while, the whole situation may have changed. That was a good thing to hear. And we've implemented some things that I think are speeding up that whole warrant process. We've talked to the police about how what we would like to do is work with them after an arrest is made and so that we could actually get cases into better shape for trying them at trial. And we've gone back and forth in a positive kind of way, and I intend to continue that. As I said, my style is to listen and see what the other party needs and see if we can't do it, and also tell them what we need. And I see that the police have also been doing that, so I'm very encouraged by what's been happening.
Definitely, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, it is a problem throughout government, I believe. The fact that we don't listen and we don't coordinate,
right.
We don't collaborate enough. It's definitely not just unique to the AG's office or law enforcement. Right. It's just a systemic, I think, a problem that we have throughout government here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. But I'm glad to hear you're going to be very intentional in, the areas of collaboration. So that is good.
And my philosophy is basically, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you could go ahead, AG.
I was going to say that my philosophy is basically that Department of Justice, police, U.S. Attorney's Office, all of us are involved in law enforcement. We're all on the same physical ground. Let's work together. That way we can get things really done. And that's my approach.
Sense. It does make sense. You discussed implementing diversion programs for nonviolent and youthful offenders. How do you envision these programs working, and what metrics would you use to measure their success?
Yeah, that gets complex. I was involved in setting up some of those programs and monitoring them when I was with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, D.C., because the U.S. Attorney there handled all the local prosecutions, like it used to be here in the islands, but then changed. So I was involved in actually local law enforcement, and we set up programs. Generally, let's say a youth was arrested for a nonviolent crime generally. Then we could set up we had people that we could send them to that could take care of whatever their main issue was. Sometimes it was alcohol problem, drug problem, sometimes anger management problems. But we could get them to some kind of counselor or treatment. Sometimes the best course was to simply make it a requirement that they complete the next year or 2 years in school, and that they not have any missed days and that sort of thing. It really varied. And we would then hold in abeyance the actual prosecution of the case until all of those requirements had been completed. And if they successfully completed the program, then the case would be dismissed. That would be the end of it. If they did not successfully complete the program, then they would be prosecuted. And there's some different mechanical ways that can be done, but generally it's through a probationary period or a diversion program period. And I'm looking at, that's why I'm talking with, obviously, the public defenders and the courts and others to see what kinds of things we can put together. I've been frustrated in many ways in that there's just not a lot of those kind of resources here on the islands. So what we're doing also is looking at resources not on the islands that finance or participate in these kinds of programs and would be willing to come down here.
Yeah. You mentioned, Attorney Ray, plans to step up training. I know my colleague just before me asked you some questions about that. But specific trainings for attorneys, what specific areas of training do you believe are most crucial for your department's attorneys?
Well, there's two levels of it. One level is the human level. Obviously, attorneys have to learn how to talk with witnesses, often have to learn how to talk with people who are from a very different culture or lifestyle than they're from. I mean, you have an attorney who's gone through college, law school, making a good living, having to work and deal with some people who may come, from a completely different world. And so they have to learn how to do that. That's critical. The next big thing is obviously the technical part of their job, and that is, how to effectively do an opening statement, how to effectively put on witnesses, how to cross-examine, how to do a closing argument, all of those kinds of technical things. And the training programs that we're putting together with the National Association of Attorney Generals touch on all those various elements. And I'm also very interested in the cultural side of it, because, again, we have a lot of our prosecutors and staff are from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Some are not. And so we need to make sure that everybody is able to communicate effectively with their local populace. And that's one thing I'm attuned to and I'm sensitive to.
I appreciate your responses, Attorney Ray. I think you bring a significant amount of experience to the table. And I appreciate your willingness to serve in this very important position. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Potter, Vice Chair. I have points of information. Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Attorney Rhea, one of my colleagues mentioned about prosecution of white-collar crimes. We are going through the budget markup process right now. It has come to light that there are about $13 million in bounce checks that have been submitted to this government for payment for various services. I have been in communication with your colleague, Commissioner Kevin McCurdy, regarding this matter. He said he's going to refer them to you. $13 million. $13 million from 2020 to 2024. And sometimes these checks are over $1 million. You see, this is why we're having a financial issue, because we don't have a mechanism to collect this money from these human beings. There's been no resolution to these issues, these checks. How would you proceed? What would be the procedures to collect our money? Because that's our money, to put in our coffers, $13 million.
Yeah. Well, the procedure would be, obviously, to find out who these people are, what amounts each one owes, and we obviously have rights to prosecute, to get forfeitures, to do all of that. Okay? Right. I have to tell you, I'm not personally familiar with that, but now that you brought it to my attention, I will touch base with Mr. McCurdy and find out about it. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all once again. Special good afternoon to you, Attorney Ray. Thank you for your willingness again to serve in the capacity in which you were nominated for, and I want to also thank you for your coordinated efforts with the other law enforcement entities, to include the U.S. Attorney's Office. Much needed coordination is needed. I also want to take this time to ask Madam Chair to please be patient with me today, as I would like to exhaust all my concerns and questions with the nominee. This segment of today's agenda have truly kept me up last evening, reviewing your 15-page testimony. And in my review of your qualifications, and for obvious reasons of my background in law enforcement as well, there's no need for me to have to really question your qualifications. However, there is cause for pause when it comes to suitability, weighing in on the suitability. And these types of hearings, I look at two things: qualifications and suitability keenly, but amongst other things. Now, the question was already asked and answered, because I had a question for you, that if this was an elected position, if you would have been in this year's election. But I think you answered the question to my satisfaction. I want to concentrate on about 6 areas: the background and suitability, the ethical considerations, conflict of interest management, public corruption and trust, policies and oversights, and case management. Now, let me ask you directly, as an executor and as an executor, rather, Richard Can represented the Epstein estate, correct?
Yes.
Now, according to your testimony, you were contacted to represent Mr. Can, correct?
Yes, right. His main counsel was in New York, and I would be the local counsel, right?
Yes. So did you agree to represent Mr. Can?
Yes.
You also said in your testimony that Mr. Can agreed with you on how the estate's assets should be spent and used primarily to help Epstein's egregious wrongs.
Yes,
correct?
That's correct.
If you were to be confirmed as Attorney General, how do you plan to leverage your legal experience, including any controversial aspects, to effectively serve as Attorney General of the Virgin Islands, especially when it comes to the Epstein matter?
Well, as I mentioned before, in order to make it clear that I'm not going to play any favoritism whatsoever with respect to that Epstein matter, because I know that's a very visible matter, I've recused myself from any decisions that relate to any of the Epstein.
And given your prior role as the private attorney to Mr. Can,
yes,
who represents the interests of a high-profile individual who was accused of serious crimes, how do you or would you address concerns about potential conflicts of interest or perceived biases in your new role?
I don't see any, no. There can be no conflict because I've recused myself from any dealings whatsoever.
So my next question would have been answered already, because I was going to ask you about your steps taken to ensure transparency and maintain public trust. You stated that you have assigned another attorney.
Yes.
Now, since you have noted in your testimony that you've recused yourself from these matters, and since you joined the Department of Justice, have you had any discussions or given any instructions to any of your team members regarding the Epstein matter?
No.
Or have you had any conversations of any kind with any representatives or affiliates of the executive branch?
About Epstein?
About the Epstein matter?
Only to say that I've been recused from it.
If confirmed, how will you handle matters related to the Epstein estate to avoid any conflicts again?
I will do exactly the same thing that I have been doing and remain totally recused from any Epstein-related matters. And again, that's all in writing as well. And
have you identified any other conflicts that has caused you or would cause you to recuse yourself from any matters involving any of your former clients? You've been practicing law for 40 plus years. I see that you got your law degree when I was only about 3 years old.
Pardon me, Senator Gittins. Attorney Rhea, you have to make sure you get close to the mic.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
Sure. There's only one other that has come up. There's two that have come up that I can recall. One of them deals with decisions with respect to former Governor John DeYoung, and I had represented former Governor John DeYoung before, and so I have recused myself from any decisions with respect to him. And the other person I've recused myself from is Amos Carty, your attorney for the legislature. I had represented Amos Carty in his litigation with respect to the hospital, and I have recused myself from any issues with respect to him as well.
Thank you. Do you actually have a conflict listing?
A listing of those, well, just those three, yes. But
now, how do you plan to address and mitigate any public concerns or skepticism regarding your impartiality given your past representation or interaction with the Epstein estate?
Well, I mean, all I can do is be honest about it. I represented an accountant who was also the joint executor, and
1 minute.
I was totally appalled at Epstein's conduct and wanted to see that his money went to good cause, and I believe it did. So I'm comfortable.
So
with the role
hopefully
that I
we're
played.
able to follow the monies as well, because you spoke about programs in your testimony as to the part of the duties and responsibilities of the Department of Justice. And I wanted to specifically ask you about monies going into these programs and what programs exactly do you have. But let's move on, because I'm not finding that page right now. But what is your approach to creating or enforcing policies that will prevent any real or perceived conflicts of interest for future office holders?
Yeah, I think first we need to have a good.
Senator, you have 1 minute left.
I'll speak quickly. I think we need to have obviously a disclosure when anyone comes into the government with respect to all prior contacts, properties, those kinds of things, so that we can make sure that there's no conflict of interest. And if they do acquire relationships or properties, et cetera, that we're informed of those. And I think that's a start. There's only so much the Justice Department can do to individually monitor all the different divisions and departments that are out there. But obviously, if we hear or are told by the police or the FBI or any other agency that there is some issue going on, we will then look into it, and I will prosecute it.
Thank you. And lastly, again, training for your investigators and agents.
Yes.
Witness protection is another area that I'm truly concerned with. The murder of a young lady on St. Thomas that was supposedly under witness protection is truly troubling.
Right. I believe, I understand.
I am asking again for you, if you're confirmed, to please take the training of your investigators and agents seriously. I understand you're looking into training for your attorneys, but I want to see the same for your sworn personnel who will be responsible for being out there collecting the information and bringing it forward for the attorneys to be able to try a good case.
And I believe that training has already started or is starting in the next week or two, but let me check on that, and I will tell you where it stands. But yes, I agree. They do need to be properly trained.
Thank you. At the appropriate time, I'll make my decision. I've never been in a tub of water that is cold and hot at the same time, which should be warm. I feel like it's cold on one side and warm on the other, or hot on the other. But at the appropriate time, I will vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your willingness. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Attorney Rhea. You have my full support. In recent days and months, the Senate has been concerned about credentials of people who were approving and consenting, or sometimes people who have been hired by the executive branch. There is no doubt in my mind that you have the credentials, unmatched by a lot of us in the legal profession, the experience, unmatched by a lot of us in the legal profession here in St. Croix and maybe elsewhere. Expertise, unmatched by a lot of people here in the Virgin Islands and perhaps elsewhere. Knowledge, unmatched by a lot of people here in the Virgin Islands Bar and elsewhere. That's my position and that's my opinion of you. I agree with my colleague. We could throw that out the window because really and truly, there's no one right now better to answer the call to me to be the Attorney General than someone who doesn't need a job. I looked at a movie the other day, Deadpool, and he said, I don't need the job. The people need me. I think that applies to you. You don't need this job, but I believe the people need you right now. We need someone with the depth of your experience, credentials, expertise, knowledge. And I guess for me, I may be a little biased because I worked with Winston Hodge and Albert Sheen, and they knew you really well, and they held you in high esteem. So that's where my opinion comes from way back. I am concerned about a number of things, though, that I do not want the people to be misled about. And that is, you said, I have never met, communicated with, or represented Mr. Epstein.
Yes.
So I want you to explain to the people of the Virgin Islands what an executor of an estate is. That needs to be explained, because when we say somebody's estate, it means they've died. They no longer are on this earth. So can you please explain, when you said you represented the executor, what the executor is and does?
Right. When someone dies, an estate is set up, and then someone or multiple people have to be appointed to manage the estate. And the people who manage the estate or the properties of the decedent are called the executors. And in this case, the two executors were the gentleman that I ultimately represented and another gentleman who was represented by different attorneys. And the executors then have to make decisions about about everything that affects the estate, basically how the estate is to be distributed. I was approached by New York lawyers to be the local counsel.
Local counsel.
Because the estate of Epstein was here in the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Great.
They represented the accountant who was one of the two executors. And I agreed to do that after I had talked to that gentleman, had satisfied myself that he was not a participant in any of the evil of Epstein, and that he was in accord with seeing that Epstein's money was sent to good causes.
For good causes, okay.
And that's what we were able to achieve.
Thank you. Let me ask you this too. You have, over the years, been appointed to represent criminal defendants who are indigent.
Yes.
And I know we've been talking about well-known people, but suppose an indigent defendant that you have represented before comes again in front and is being prosecuted by the Attorney General's office.
Right.
Doesn't the same thing apply in terms of recusing yourself?
It does, and I would make no decision myself with respect to that person, right, or that case, exactly. Right. And that's actually happened fairly recently. A defendant in a case is someone who I used to represent. He was indigent then as well. And I've simply put a barrier. I haven't talked about or made any representation or recommendation or anything else with respect to how that should be handled. I leave it to the attorney that has the case.
Yeah, I think sometimes we focus on high profile or high income people, but there are also indigent people that you represented that you would have to recuse yourself.
Yes.
And put that wall up, correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay. What about the Speedy Trial Act? What's your opinion? We don't have one.
Right, we don't have one. There is one on the federal side. but not on our local side. And I'm of mixed feelings. The problem is this. If the Speedy Trial Act says that someone has to be brought to trial within 60 days of their arrest, but if some of the evidence is complex, or actually in many cases is simple, but has to be analyzed by labs, that generally has to be sent off island because we don't have the facilities here to do it. And so we may not be able to get the results back for many months. And so every case would have to be dismissed because it couldn't be done in time.
Yeah.
So if there is going to be a Speedy Trial Act, I think it needs to have a lot of flexibility in it depending on the nature of the case, what type of physical evidence there is, those kinds of things. I was used to working in a system that did have a Speedy Trial Act when I was on the federal side, because on the federal side, cases had to be tried pretty quick, a couple of months. But there also, with FBI and the federal labs, we were able to get stuff analyzed very, very quickly, so that was not a problem. Here it will be a major problem.
It'll be a problem.
Trial Act. So we'd have to have all kinds of exceptions. If you're inclined to put one together, I'd be glad to take a look at it and try to point out some of the areas where we may need some breathing room.
Madam Chair, if
you may have your minute.
Yeah. I know a colleague of mine discussed with me about this Speedy Trial Act. That's why I decided to ask about it. One of the other things that I wanted to ask you, what does, and this really I think if I have to ask anything, because I have said already that I am in full support of your nomination, what does behaving with integrity mean to you? And what are your foundational values that over the years that have brought you the success, but being the person that you are?
Well, I guess my values are pretty simple. I believe in honesty. I can't lie. And I don't lie for clients either, by the way. If somebody asks me to say something that I know not to be true to a court, I say, I'm sorry, I cannot say that. And I also believe in the dignity of all human beings, irrespective of their sex, race, religion, whatever.
Time.
And those are really two of the main guiding principles in my life. I think we're all here on the world together, and let's make it good for all of us. And that's how I feel.
Hey, Madam Chair, I just had one concern that
you may
I have
conclude.
to raise. We need to increase we're in the Virgin Islands. I see that, I have to put this delicately, right? But we need to increase more local male lawyers in your cadre. And we need to find a way to do that.
I agree, and I've thought about that a lot. I remember the days when it was Winston Hodge, Albert Sheen, of course, Edgar Ross. We could go down the list of really very visible, outstanding Native Virgin Islander lawyers. There are still a few, but it's a much smaller cadre. And I agree, 100%.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
You are very welcome, and thank you for your line of questioning. And thank you, Attorney Rhea. As I sit here, my office is actually getting calls. Your staff, and you know what they're saying? They are saying, we like him. They are saying that he walks around and he comes and talks to us. I believe in management by walking around. You know, you don't have to really be a stickler on them, but just going to someone's desk or office and to having conversation with them as a boss, it says a lot about a person. And your testimony today, it says it. The senator is right. You don't need us, we need you. And your willingness to want to take this position says a lot, and your ideas that you have even provided, as I mentioned, that you've already met with a lot of key stakeholders in the judiciary branch, having conversation, even with law enforcement, that's important. I haven't got my time yet, but I'm going to ask Senator Javon James that you can proceed now with your 7 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I cannot vote for you today for one reason. I'm not a member of this committee. I'm just here to ask some questions. Based on Title 3 Virgin Islands Code Section 114 speaks to the powers and duties of the Attorney General, and I know you're familiar with them.
Yes.
But the main important one to me is to prosecute in the name of the people of the Virgin Islands offenses against all the laws of the Virgin Islands. And then another responsibility is to furnish legal advice to the governor and all executive departments, boards, commissions, agencies, instrumentalities, and officers of the government of the United States Virgin Islands concerning any matter arising in connection with the exercise of their official powers and duties, and to supervise and direct the legal business of every executive department, board, commission, agency, instrumentality, and officer of the said government. So my one and only question is, for now, how do you plan to handle potential conflicts of interest knowing that you have all of this power as far as legal advice? I know you were asked that before for a specific case, but I'm not going to mention that case because you were sworn in today, right?
Yes, I was sworn in.
And you said, let me begin by emphasizing that I've never met, communicated with, or represented Mr. Epstein, and I'm as shocked and disgusted by his conduct as I believe we all are. That's under oath today, right?
Yes, and that's
so
true.
I'm not going to touch that issue. You're already sworn in. But I just want to know, representing, having all these duties within that specific section of the code, how do you plan to handle potential conflict of interest?
Well, conflicts that I have?
Yes.
Yes, okay. As I said, if it's a conflict, I recuse myself. I don't get involved in it at all. What I did with the Epstein matter was to have the attorneys just below me are the deputies. There's two of them, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas. The St. Thomas deputy, Ian Clement, is handling all Epstein-related matters. I'm out of them. He doesn't come to me to talk to me about them at all. And so I think that forms the wall that totally isolates me from having anything to do with that and removes any chance of a conflict or even an appearance of impropriety. As far as other conflicts, what I do is I call the law like I see it and like my advisors see it. I have a special assistant that helps me with legal matters, and we research thoroughly and then say, here's our opinion, and it's based on the law. I don't do it based on politics or policy. I say, here's the law, then the policymakers do what they need to do.
Okay, and another responsibility is to keep books in which he shall record, and all official opinions given by him during his term of office and deliver the same to his successor in office. So my question to you, as far as transitioning into the job, how was that transition from the last Attorney General, or just speak to your transition when you came in?
Yeah. Well, obviously, I came in, I interviewed with the governor and his staff, et cetera, was offered the position, accepted it as the nominee, and then went to work. And I had no communication with the prior attorney generals. But I did receive a lot of the material that they had been working on, and I was briefed on what had happened up to that point or what was pending, et cetera, by the deputies and others that were in the office.
Because the reason for that question is to make sure that we maintain continuity.
Right.
Because as we see changes in positions, priorities changes, and we want to make sure that there's continuity, and I have to make sure that as far as keeping the books and the legal opinions and the transitioning from you into this new position, that you're continuing to do so, being well equipped with the information.
Right. I keep all of the opinions that I have issued in one spot. So yes, I am maintaining a log and of them.
Next question. What do you foresee as the biggest challenges facing the Attorney General's office in the coming years?
Oh, I think, again, the big challenges that I've jumped right into and hopefully can get resolved in the next year or two is, again, the relationship with all of the other law enforcement agencies, close working with the police, close working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and obviously a good relationship with the defense bar as well as with the courts.
And knowing that we're in budget cycle right now,
Yes.
finalizing the budget, do you have more than enough resources to make sure that you can carry out that challenge that you made mention of?
It's going to be tight, but I understand why it has to be tight, because I know virtually every agency needs more. And we have enough to get by. I would like to hire several more prosecutors, et cetera, and investigators, and we've been talking about additional things that the various divisions should do.
1 minute.
We could use more money, there's no question about it. What I'm doing is reaching out to see if there's any grants that are available, and you know, see how things can be done. But yes, more money would always help. As I mentioned earlier, we need several more prosecutors, we need more investigators, we need all of that.
And my final question, another power that you have is to render opinions on the legal sufficiency of our contracts and other instruments in which the government of the United States, Virgin Islands, is interested and the best interests of the people of the Virgin Islands is served. Ever since you have came in, do you see a need for changes in policies, how we procure, dealing with contracts? Ever since you came in, have you had a chance to really look into it and see some of our challenges when it comes to our existing contracts in the Virgin Islands?
I have not looked into that myself. I know my Solicitor General, Pamela Tepper. I have tremendous faith in her. She's the one who reviews contracts and is locked into that process. I have not personally looked into it yet. And I have to be quite candid with you. My first several months here have been really involved in getting to know everybody in the office, getting to understand how it all works, starting to build relationships with the other related agencies, and then dealing with crises and issues as they arise.
The reason why I'm asking you that, I read your resume. I will not humiliate you in front of the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. That's not my job here.
Sure.
I know you're well qualified. I just want to make sure that you watch our challenges that we have in the Virgin Islands with our contracts, and to make sure that with your experience, that you can help us improve in those areas, especially knowing that you offer legal sufficiency and render opinions. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Madam Clerk, you could put my time now. I've been asked a few questions in between, but one question I have is there appears to be a revolving door issue regarding the pretrial release of defendants. Can you describe to this issue in your assessment and how you propose to address this?
Well, that's an interesting problem. Let me say that first. We could recommend bail and various pretrial release conditions, but we can't decide what they will be. That's determined by the judge.
So have you been having discussions even with the judicial branch? Because there seems to be an issue regarding defendants being released before trial, only to be brought back before the court for committing crimes while on release, or in instances being harmed or murdered while on release.
And that's terrible. I agree completely. The one solution is the pretrial detention, and there is a statute that covers that. The problem with the pretrial detention is that under the statute, the case has to be tried right away. As we sit here, I can't remember if it's within 60 days or 90 days, but it's very fast. That might work for cases where all you have is, 2 eyewitnesses who are immediately identifiable. I mean, those cases could go quickly, and those work well with pretrial detention if you're dealing with a really dangerous person. But if there's, again, forensics, if fingerprints have to be done, if any of those kinds of things have to happen, then we can't use pretrial detention. Because if we aren't ready to go to trial in that 60 or 90-day period, whichever it is, then the case gets dismissed. And that's the worst of all worlds. So it's, you know, it's an assessment that has to be made in each case based on the nature of the evidence, the nature of the offense, the danger of the person, et cetera. I know that often we do ask for high bails, and the courts disagree with us and give some other type of release. And that, again, it's the judge's decision in the end as to what to do.
Okay. What are some of the low-hanging fruits at the Department of Justice that you were able to address from May and you accomplished?
Well, I still feel like the big programs with the U.S. Attorney's Office, the police, and the other partner agencies are going well. That's, I guess, what I'm most proud of right now. I also feel that, and this relates to what you said a few minutes ago, that the culture of the office is becoming more and more positive, because I do walk the halls like you do, and I do like to hear what everybody says, and I do like to ask and talk, you know. What's going great? What do you like about this? What don't you like? What can we do to change it and make it better? And so what I'm told is that that's really not happened in the office, at least within modern memory. And so I'm very proud about that, just kind of changing what the culture would be. Not a culture that says, do this. It's a culture that says, okay, here's an issue. Let's talk about it and figure out the best way to get it to the result. And I guess that's just my management style. Although there are times when you have to say, no, do it.
Right.
Obviously,
right.
and I do that too. But my overall style is to try to find a way to do it where everybody is on board.
Well, I see people in the chambers here shaking their head like, yes. So what you're saying is you actually do this. So
I try.
You try. I just want to say thank you for your participation in last month's first symposium to bringing, you know, VI code up to date, and your participation, your input was very important. So I just wanted to say thank you. I don't have any further questions, but I'm going to now, I will entertain your point of information, sir, after I'm finished. I just want to say that we have concluded our first block, and in the third block, and we are now going to go to another round of questions if colleagues have any other burning questions. But before I do that, I would entertain Senator Gittins for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll just use this as my wrap-up as well. As I listen to all the questions and interactions between you and my colleagues, I'm satisfied and can make a decision. I just want to remind you that I am also looking closely at these proceedings, advice of rights, arraignments, and whatnot. And up to this morning, I saw one in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And I'm asking that, I know that people don't like us to be on them, but I have to call it like it is, okay, coming from law enforcement. But I like to see a tiger or a lion in an attorney when they're there defending the people of the Virgin Islands.
Yes.
And I saw one this morning on my way here, or listened to one, I should say, with a defendant or an arrestee that was being advised this morning on charges. And this individual is possibly on parole right now, that served for murder, find themselves back in the courtroom again while on this type of status. And I'm asking that our attorneys just be more aggressive for the people of this territory so that we can continue to protect our people here. We have some individuals that just don't give a hoot and will continue to be in the face of justice. But we have to make sure that justice is swift and severe. We can't have these individuals continuing to violate the laws of the land and victimizing
1 minute.
taxpaying citizens twice. Because when you violate me, one, that you have to be arrested, then two, my taxpayers' money have to feed you, clothe you, and take care of you.
Right.
So I'm asking that your defense team step up their game in the courtrooms, and I'm not talking anything that anyone is telling me. I'm telling you or bringing to your attention things that I'm seeing firsthand for myself. Thank you, and best wishes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Bolkes, you have any questions? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to go back to tax evasion, Title 33. One of our colleagues, two of them actually, one colleague indicated the SID earlier, and of course, another colleague with the bad checks. But before I get to that, I need to know what penalties are currently in place for individuals and businesses found guilty of tax evasion, because I went through Title 33 and specifically Chapter 35, subchapters 1 and 2, and there are a lot of fines and penalties for different violations surrounding what is considered to be tax evasion. And for instance, a bad check, which we heard indicated by my colleague earlier, and that's under Section 1285 that speaks to bad checks, which hasn't been revised since 1980. And in that section, if you have a check that is more than $500, you pay 1%, and anything below $500, you pay $5 or less based on the amount of the check. So in addition to that, there's also Section 1313, damages accessible to the instituting proceedings before the district court merely to delay. And that's a $500 fine. That was also, has not been changed since 1980. So I bring these up to your attention, and you can fact check and verify later. But what are your thoughts surrounding, or discussions by the Department of Justice concerning increasing penalties or having to have stronger deterrence for such of these issues that include tax evasions?
Yeah, I haven't thought about that, I have to be quite candid with you, but I'm not opposed to taking a look at that and thinking it through. And some of the penalties that you just described sound
1 minute.
pretty minor to me, let me put it that way. That might be a legislative area that could use some attention, and would be glad to review that with you.
Yeah, because I know my colleague brought up all of the bad bounce checks that we have. I mean, you still have to determine if it was in good faith or not. That's also part of Section 1285 concerning bad checks. But again, that section has not been touched for quite some time, and it, just looking at it with my colleague over here in St. Thomas, we was thinking the same thing, that it does need some revision of some sort, right. And we wanted to find out from you what your thoughts were around that.
Well, again, I haven't looked at those specific.
One last thing before my time expires, because I don't want to abuse it. Tax shelters or offshore banking, right? How is the Virgin Islands addressing the use of offshore accounts or tax shelters to evade Virgin Islands tax?
Again, I have not looked into that. I am not sure how that's all being handled. I would think that would be going through the taxing authorities. And then if it turned out there was criminal violation of it, they would forward it to us. But I don't have any specific, detailed knowledge about those exact provisions. But again, I'd be glad to look at it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And again, I am in support of your nomination and will be voting at the affirmative at the appointed time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Acting Attorney General Rhea, I want to delve into just briefly hiring practices because we know that you're going to need support and help to do this work. How would you proceed with assuring that the persons, and I'm speaking specifically for the Attorney General position, are aligned with where you are going with the Attorney General's office, and to assure that you've already spoken about the training opportunities for staff, which is great. That's how you build your capacity. How would you assure that when you're bringing in attorneys, they are aligned with your vision and giving them that opportunity to serve as well?
We have a very impressive HR manager. She happens to be here today, and if you'd like her to speak to you in some detail about that, I'm sure she would be willing to. There's extensive interviews of applicants. We get obviously their resumes and background material, see if they're qualified on paper, but then there's also the in-person interviews. And the in-person interviews are done by a few people of the applicant.
So you don't do any virtual interviews? They have to be in person, or do you do virtual?
I don't know if they do virtual or not. Sometimes. I know a lot of them are in person. I don't know how many are virtual.
Your staff behind of you is saying, yes, they do virtual.
Okay. She's here, so she could tell you for sure. Yes. Right.
So, okay, so that's one aspect of it. Now, the other aspect of it is once they come on board or they've been there, how do you go about disciplining? Do you do the disciplinary actions, or do you allow the staff to do it, or do you have meetings?
1 minute.
Okay, yeah, generally if there's any, usually disciplining it means that you bring the person in, talk to them about what they did wrong, and decide what the appropriate remedy would be. And that's generally done by their supervisor. Sometimes it does get up to me. And so I end up having to intercede.
Have you had to be in any disciplinary action since you've been on board these, 4 months?
No, have not had to have any direct disciplinary actions. I've had several times to have to sit down with one of our employees and talk to them about something that happened. But I've never had to, by disciplinary, you mean like dock their pay or put them on leave or anything like that? No, I've not had to do that.
Okay. Very good. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Those were my questions. Thank you so kindly, Acting Attorney General.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Now I'll go to Senator Johnson. You don't have any further questions. Senator Milton Potter on the island of St. Thomas, you may proceed. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Ray, can you provide me some more details about the IT case management system that you're planning to implement that you referenced in your testimony?
Yes. Again, my IT manager could tell you it much better than I can because he knows the technical details. We just had a meeting with all of our managers of all of our different divisions yesterday to go over this case management system. Basically, my predecessor, U.S. Attorney Generals, located a provider that looked to be one of the best for putting the system together. And we've double-checked it, and it does look like an excellent provider. And they have put together at this stage a model of what their case management system looks like, so that we can try it out, see if it does the kinds of things that we need. And in the next week or so, we're going to have a 4-hour meeting where everyone can go virtual with this system and try it out and see if it's actually workable and doable. Then I've had all of my managers of each division let us know, and they're in the process of doing this, let us know what special needs they have, because obviously the civil division, the criminal division, the solicitor general, et cetera, have different needs. They have similar needs too, but they also have special ones for their own sections. So the next step is going to be for this company to put together the variants for the different divisions based on the general system with the special parts of it. But what the system will do is end, say, the practice we have now. A lot of the attorneys are doing everything handwritten on paper files. That isn't working too well, as you can imagine, all the things that can go wrong. It's going to end that. Their notes can go right into the case in the IT system. They will get alerts when something's due in 5 days or whatever. It'll do all of the things that any modern law office has in their IT system. And that's what we're putting in place. Time frame, again, it's hard to say what the ultimate time frame will be, but it's expected now to be done within the next 9 months, maybe a year, because there's a lot that has to be done to make it fit each of those different divisions. But it should make life a lot easier, a lot cleaner for the attorneys and the staff.
I'm glad to hear that. My final question, AG, is how do you plan to improve the Department of Justice's relationship with the community and increase public trust in the legal system? I mean, is there a role for the AG's office to interface or interact with the community, talk about, what's happening, to build relationships of trust with the community? Is that a role that you should have?
I think that's important. And what I've done up to this so far is I've talked with our managers. We do have a publicist who handles all of our press connections. And you may have seen it over the last month happening. I've asked that whenever we get an important plea or important sentence or resolution in a case, that we actually do a press release on it. And that's what we've started doing. And so you're starting to see those now, so that the public is told, exactly what's happening. And they know, okay, the guy that did this murder has now, been sentenced to 30 years or whatever. And so all of that is now going out. And those releases are going out to, obviously, all of the local newspapers and the local online news sources. Yeah, I have thought a lot about. I am taking part in some public events. We have some coming up in September where I talk and am visible. But again, I'd be open to any suggestions that you might have as to more that we should be doing to get the word out.
Thank you for that, AG. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the flexibility.
You are very welcome, Senator Milton Potter. Senator Gittings, this is your turn. You said you wanted just a brief remark.
Just a quick reminder, something that's near and dear to me. Since I've had an opportunity to work in that building, I'd like to see the Toro building rebuilt.
Right. And that is on our agenda.
Thank you.
Super. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo that about the Toro building, really. I wanted to ask about in the last 18 months, I've had situations where constituents have called about neighbors and adjacent owners who are violating the law, for example, dumping, making it their property unlivable, really, odors. And it seems as if the the Department of Health, all the departments who you would contact, DPNR, Waste Management, they all say that they have to go through the Attorney General's office. And then the Attorney General's office responds and says, okay, we filed for maybe a temporary restraining order or whatever. And then you hear nothing. Nothing happens. And I'm wondering, is it that we need to change the law where these departments do not need to go through the AG's office? Because one judge took more than a year to actually enter a default judgment because the adjacent owner never responded. And so I'm wondering about your cooperation with the judicial branch, and also if you think that maybe we need to find some way for agencies to be able to immediately provide relief.
I honestly have not thought about that, but I will. And I'd like to talk with my staff and see what everybody thinks.
Okay.
But I put that on my list of things that I will look at, and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I'm going to send you the two cases
Okay.
where the response recently from the Department of Health has been they're waiting on the AG's office.
1 minute.
And so these people have been waiting for more than a year, and they need relief. This cannot continue. People cannot continue to violate the law and get away with it for all this time.
I mean, a lot of that may well be administrative through the agencies that are directly related to whatever's going on. But
Yeah.
let me talk to my staff, and I'm just not up on that.
Okay, I will connect with you on that. And after the hearing, I also have a question for you. So, a personal question.
Okay.
So don't run out. Thank you.
I won't go running. All right.
Thank you, Senator James.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Franklin Johnson, you wanted your 3 minutes?
I don't need 3 minutes.
Okay.
I just wanted a quick question. And it's in regards to those tort case. That has to do with folks, most of the time, car being damaged on the government road. And then they file this long-winded process that many times the Attorney General office has the final say. Do you have someone working on these cases? Because I know some folks have been going through some runaround back and forth in the AG office and went through 2 different Attorney General and just got bounced from one to the next. I don't know if folks have been reaching out to your office since you've been there in regards to damages of cars and going through the entire process, but to no avail.
There it is. Right. Let me look into that. I am familiar with the law that you're talking about. I mean, the whole issue with the potholes or if fruit drops on the car, on the whatever. And we are talking about that and trying to figure out the best way to deal with all of that. I don't really know how that whole process is flowing right now, though, so I will look into it.
I'd appreciate that very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Before I entertain a motion, I just want to get clarification. Can you please tell us the pronunciation of your last name?
Right.
Is it Rhea or Ray?
It's Ray, like R-A-Y.
Oh.
But here's the weird thing. If it's a woman's first name, it's Rhea. But if it's a last name, it's Ray, R-A.
Thank you
Ray.
for that clarification.
Right. I can tell you my ancestors were Scotch. But they fled to Ireland after they got in some kind of spat back in the 1700s and married an Irish lady whose last name was R-H-E-A, pronounced Ray. And they took that name on and then came to the colonies.
Thank you.
But that's where it came from, and it's Irish, and it's Ray.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Motion, Senator Maurice James.
I move that the governor's nominee, Gordon C. Ray, Esquire, for Attorney General of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, be favorably acted upon by this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph Senator Franklin Johnson. Did I also hear a second on St. Thomas? Okay. Bolkes, Senator Bolkes. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call? And Senator Potter seconded also. May I have roll call on the nomination?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
The governor's nomination of Gordon C. Ray, Esquire, attorney for the Attorney General nominee, Virgin Islands Department of Justice, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, yeah. So, yeah. I didn't even give the memo because I knew that would happen. So in here we do the quiet, clapping.
Right.
So I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm emotional right now, so it means a lot to me, really a lot. Thank you very much.
I think there was no other choice for my colleagues and 7 of us here, and you got a whole 7 favorable votes from all of us. That means something that the tough cookies to my left, they gave you, they gave you that vote. That means a lot.
Wow.
So at this time, I will ask you can proceed with a 30 seconds closing, and then we would be happy to take a picture afterwards with you.
Well, all I can really say is thank you very much. I view it as one of the highlights of my life, and it means a tremendous amount to me. With the Peace Corps, with the environmental work, all of those sorts of things I've done. And also, haven't mentioned it, but I also was very active in the civil rights movement and even got arrested for that back in the 70s. But this means a whole lot to me. And I wanted this job so I could feel like I, in many ways, crowned my legal career by doing something really positive and really good for the Virgin Islands. And having the Virgin Islands having been a huge part of my life for the last, 50 years, it's my home. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I just want to say thank you to the testifiers that came out on your behalf, Attorney Appleton, Attorney Pate. Thank you for your testimony. I'd like to say thank you to my committee members, non-committee members, all support staff, my staff, media, legal counsel, Sergeant of Arts, legislative reporters, all that made this meeting successful today. And Senator James and Senator Novell Francis, I wanted to personally offer my condolences because in my opening I didn't offer condolences to you for your loss and the Senate President for his loss also. So at this time, I just want to say God bless the Virgin Islands and thank you. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is hereby adjourned.